Namita ma'am is also here. Good afternoon, ma'am. Actually, our first speaker has not joined yet. Priyanka Mishra, ma'am. Yeah, she's here. Hello, ma'am.
Audible to you, Shipra?
Uh,
Am I audible to you?
yeah, audible. थोड़ा increase कर दे थोड़ा sound थोड़ा.
Is it okay now? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
it's okay.
Okay.
हाँ.
Thank you.
So we are starting now, and so good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. Today we are celebrating World Philosophy Day 2025, and the day marks a special milestone for our cafe. It's the second anniversary of our Philosophy Cafe. Um, what began as a humble space for dialogue and reflection has grown into a vibrant community of thinkers, learners, and seekers of wisdom in our Philosophy Cafe. Over the past 2 years, we have explored timeless questions, challenged assumptions, and discovered new perspective together. The cafe has become more than a forum, and it's a sanctuary for curiosity, critical reasoning, and meaningful conversations that bridge cultures and ideas. The first season of Cafe was based on existential philosophy, the outcome of which has been published as an edited book titled Self on the Edge and was released in January at the Vedanta Congress in JNU. Now we are running season two, and season two is based on the 100 years of development in Indian philosophy. And it was Professor Balram Singh's idea to discuss Indian philosophers' own philosophy. And the mission of this series was to find out whether any original philosophy was propounded in India in the last 100 years or not. And if so, then which philosophers should we know about? Uh, uh, which philosophy should we need to know? And our effort is to present the outcome of this ongoing series very soon. Uh, as we celebrate this journey, let us reaffirm our commitment to keeping philosophy alive, not as an abstract pursuit, but as a living practices that shapes how we see the world and respond to its challenges. On this Philosophy Day, our theme focuses on the solutions to anxiety in Indian knowledge systems. In an age marked by uncertainty and stress, Indian philosophical traditions offer profound insights into cultivating inner peace. And from the meditative practices of yoga and mindfulness in Buddhism to the holistic approaches of Ayurveda and the ethical frameworks of Vedanta, these systems remind us that well being is not merely physical, but it's deeply connected to mental clarity and spiritual balance. So, as we engage in today's discussion, let us explore how these timeless ideas can inform contemporary approaches to anxiety and mental health. I would like to invite you all to listen deeply, share openly, and allow this exchange of wisdom to inspire practical solutions for uh, calmer life. So, before inviting our honorable speakers, I request Dr. Alok Dwivedi, my colleague and one of the coordinators of today's symposium, to give a brief note on the development and achievement of our institute. Over to you, Dr. Alok.
Thank you, Dr. Sipra. And just a minute. Oh. Thank you and namaskar to all of you for joining this World Philosophy Day. symposium, one-day symposium here in KSAS. So here I am going to present the brief goal of IKS from here KSAS Lucknow. सिप्रा जी ने आपको बताया कि ये आज का थीम क्या है, लेकिन KSAS कैसे सोचता है इन सभी विषयों को लेकर, बिकॉज वी आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्टिगेट कि कहाँ पर एंजाइटी को लेकर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में कुछ कहा गया है. So this is the foundation of the whole branches of INADS, which is KSAS. The Institute of Advanced Sciences is the parent organization, the mother organization, situated in Boston, Mass, Dartmouth. And this is our organization here in Lucknow, the Satellite Center, and the Indian subsidiary of Institute of Advanced Sciences, which is Purvom School of Advanced Sciences, and School of Indic Studies. It's also a branch of INADS, and Pachulanam Research Center is also contained under INADS. चल रही है. पीपीटी विजिबल है क्या विप्रा जी?
विजिबल है, लेकिन ये
ओके.
चेंज कर स्लाइड चेंज नहीं हो रही.
अभी ये आईनेट्स का मतलब अब तो स्लाइड चेंज हो रही है, यहाँ पे हो रही
नहीं हो रही. दूसरी
है.
slide.
वन फिर से शेयर करिए. हाँ, स्क्रीन शेयर करिए. ये है. प्रेजेंटेशन पहले ओपन कर. ये उस पर नहीं कर रहा, नहीं चल रहा ना, इसको नहीं चल रहा है. एक सेकंड बस. बैठ 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 नहीं. माउस मारना. माउस ले जाएंगे आप. आई आई जब माउस पहले बंद कर इसको. एक मिनट रुकिएगा तो आप लोग थोड़ा सा issue है. ये हाँ, ये चीज़ है ना. विक्रा जी, आप स्लाइड बदल रही है.
हाँ हाँ.
तो उसको कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा. बंद कर देंगे तो ठीक.
Go ahead. Sorry for inconvenience. Please start.
ओके.
Alok ji.
Yeah. So, Institute of Advanced Sciences, INADS, is the mother organization, which is in USA, Dartmouth, UMass. In Lucknow, this is Kurvom School of Advanced Sciences, School of Indic Studies is also there in INADS, USA. Bachulanam Research Center is also there. INADS World Campus, INADS Press, एंड टीचियन मीडिया। ये सब इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस की अलग अलग ब्रांचेज हैं जो जो आईनेट्स के अंतर्गत भारत सहित अमेरिका सहित देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में कार्य कर रहे हैं। सो नाउ द फर्स्ट थिंग, हु वी आर। KSAS is newly established research center with a vision to create a vibrant research, scholarship, and educational institution. We have few objectives like to develop in an advanced research center involved in developing cutting-edge biotechnology, basis, and applied research, to promote the holistic technology and education, develop fundamental theoretical and practical knowledge in both science and humanities, and to engage in academics and scholarly communities. So today's topic is IKS goal of IKSAS. KSAS is committed to re-establishing Indian knowledge and darshan, a tradition that is practical, logical, and rooted in direct experimental wisdom of our Rishi. In our own discussion, we always try to emphasize that if we have some experience, we have our own experience, we could convert it our own philosophy. This is the fundamental aim of the president of INADS, Professor Balram Singh sir, who is not here currently. As the Indian subsidiary of USA-based INADS, KSAS work to revive Indian knowledge heritage by integrating philosophy with modern sciences, and we are setting an example for this because we done the Ganga research project here in KSAS, and the peoples from humanity, they went in lab, the science lab, and go through with all the scientific experiments, and then they are trying to investigate the antibacterial things in Ganga water from different parts, and also they will work on some genetic expression, etc. And also the aim is to strengthen the scientific temperament, promote evidence-based understanding, and contribute a better, sustainable, and harmonious society. तो फाइनेट्स के विजन को जब आप देखेंगे तो उसमें सीधा सीधा हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट है, या प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह सर की संकल्पना है और पूरी टीम उसके लिए काम कर रही है कि किस प्रकार शिक्षा के माध्यम से एक संपोष्ट सामाजिक और व्यक्तिगत व्यवस्था का निर्माण किया जाए और एक संपोष्ट समाज का निर्माण किया जाए। और आईनेट्स का मानना है कि यह शिक्षा के माध्यम से ही समाज में किया जा सकता है। कुछ टर्म्स हैं और उससे जब हम परिचित होंगे तो आगे की थीम हमें समझ में आएगी कि व्हाट इज द फंडामेंटल गोल ऑफ KSAS फॉर इस्टेब्लिशिंग IKS। IKS क्या है? नॉलेज, वैल्यूज, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सनातन, ये सारी चीजें हैं क्या? सो The core insight of IKS, जब हम IKS की बात करते हैं, then we discuss in Indian knowledge tradition that if we are doing something, it must be appear in our action. So the core insight of IKS is that where knowledge and virtues are inseparable. यह छोटा सा बात है कि अगर हम किसी चीज को जान रहे हैं तो हमारे आचरण में आना चाहिए, यही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का मूलभूत आधार है। तो यहाँ पर दो चीजें निकलती हैं, एक ज्ञान और दूसरा वर्चू या वैल्यू या आचरण। तो इन दोनों का आपस में क्या संबंध है और किस प्रकार एक दूसरे से संबंधित हैं, जब हम उसको जान लेते हैं तो हमें पूरा इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम कमोबेश समझ में आ जाता है। ज्ञान की जब हम बात करते हैं तो ज्ञान को भारतीय परंपरा में या दर्शन परंपरा में डील किया जाता है ज्ञान मीमांसा के अंतर्गत, विच इज इपिस्टेमोलॉजी। The main concern of epistemology is to deal the questions that what is knowledge and how it is known, means the tools of knowledge, the means of knowledge. In Indian knowledge tradition, knowledge is just not the information, but a process of realization, अनुभूत की बात है। और जब सर्वोच्च ज्ञान की बात होती है तो उसको शंकराचार्य अपरोक्षानुभूत कहते हैं। टूल्स ऑफ नॉलेज या मीन्स ऑफ नॉलेज में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में कुछ प्रमाण बताए गए जिनको प्रत्यक्ष, अनुमान, शब्दोपमान, अर्थापत्ति और अनुपलब्धि कहा जाता है। एंड द पर्पज ऑफ नॉलेज इज टू अटेन सॉल्वेशन, अटेन मोक्ष। यही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में ज्ञान प्राप्ति का जो अंतिम उद्देश्य है वो मोक्ष प्राप्त करना है। व्यवहारिक दृष्टिकोण से जब हम मोक्ष की बात करते हैं तो उसको धर्म स्थापन या धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय कह सकते हैं, या टू इस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ द राइटियस लिविंग। ये ज्ञान का भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में ज्ञान प्राप्ति का मूल उद्देश्य है। दूसरी बात थी मूल, वैल्यूज। वैल्यूज डील, उसको एक्सियोलॉजी कहते हैं, जिसके अंतर्गत इसका अध्ययन किया जाता है। एंड इट डील्स विद द क्वेश्चंस लाइक व्हाट इज वैल्यू, व्हाट इज राइट, all types of questions. So in Indian knowledge tradition, values are not external rules but arise from within through सत्व, धर्म एंड स्वभाव। इन सब के माध्यम से भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा कहती है कि मूल्य हमारे आचरण की विषय वस्तु बनती है। एंड आइडियल करेक्टर्स इज शेप्ड बाय सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन, नियम की बात, नॉन वायलेंस, अहिंसा, ट्रुथ, सत्य, सेल्फ रेस्ट्रेंट, ब्रह्मचर्य एंड द सर्विस, सेवा। इन सब के माध्यम से हम एक व्यवस्थित मूल्य परंपरा आचरण के माध्यम से समाज में रखते हैं। नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट इज द रिलेशन बिटवीन epistemology and axiology? In IKS, epistemology leads to axiology। जो शुरू में हम लोगों ने बात की कि इफ यू आर नोइंग समथिंग इट मस्ट बी अपीयर इन योर एक्शन। ज्ञान अगर आपको है तो आपके आचरण में दिखना चाहिए। ज्ञान प्राप्ति से क्या होता है वो भी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में बताया जाता है। गीता कहती है ज्ञानम लब्ध्वा परम शांतिम शांतिरेणाधिगच्छति। ज्ञान प्राप्त करते ही तुरंत ही आप परम शांति को प्राप्त कर जाएंगे। सो इन इंडियन नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन, इन IKS, जिस पंडित की बात होती है वह पंडित एक स्कॉलर नहीं बल्कि वह व्यक्ति है जिसका जीवन मूल्यों से निर्धारित होता है और वह उन मूल्यों के महत्व को जानते हुए अपने आचरण में लेकर समाज में प्रस्तुत करता है। नाउ द टर्म्स कम सस्टेनेबिलिटी। सस्टेनेबिलिटी कम्स फ्रॉम लैटिन वर्ड सस्टेनेर, which means to hold from below। नीचे से मजबूती के साथ इसको जकड़ के रखना, यही सस्टेनेबिलिटी का अर्थ है। संपोष्ट व्यवस्था की जब हम बात करते हैं तो ये कहा जाता है कि हम उपलब्ध, वर्तमान में उपलब्ध जो हमारे संसाधन हैं उनका उसी प्रकार उपयोग करें कि हमारी जो भविष्य की जनरेशन, भविष्य की पीढ़ी है उसके लिए वह इसी रूप में या इससे बेहतर रूप में हम छोड़ के जाएं, उसको पहुंचाएं। सो सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज एबिलिटी टू मीट द नीड्स ऑफ प्रेजेंट विदाउट कंप्रोमाइजिंग द एबिलिटी ऑफ फ्यूचर जनरेशन टू मीट देयर ओन नीड्स। इट इन्वॉल्व्स मेंटेनिंग बैलेंस बिटवीन एनवायरनमेंट, सोसाइटी एंड इकोनॉमी फॉर द लॉन्ग टर्म वेल बीइंग। एक टर्म और है सनातन। और जब हम सनातन को समझेंगे तो पूरे जो अभी तक की हम लोगों ने चर्चा की वो सारी चीजें एक दूसरे से जुड़ जाती। सनातन की जो परिभाषा है वो ये है कि सनातन मीन्स एटर्नल, परपेचुअल और टाइमलेस। इट रेफर्स टू ट्रूथ, प्रिंसिपल और द वेज ऑफ लाइफ दैट डू नॉट डिके, do not depend on changing circumstances and hence are sustainable across time, space and generation। सनातन के जो मूलभूत सिद्धांत हैं या जिन सनातन के मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को IKS डील करता है, जब हम उसको देखते हैं तो हमें समझ में आता है कि जिस सस्टेनेबिलिटी की अवधारणा की हम बात कर रहे हैं वह अवधारणा सनातन के व्यवस्थाओं के अनुरूप है। वो कैसे? क्योंकि सनातन की जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, धर्म जो ड्यूटी की बात करती है, बैलेंस की बात करती है, उचित कार्यों की बात करती है, वी सस्टेन द सोसाइटी एंड द कॉस्मॉस, इसकी बात हम धर्म के अंतर्गत करते हैं। ये सनातन का कॉन्सेप्ट है। ऋत, ऋत मीन्स द कॉस्मिक ऑर्डर, नेचुरल लॉ विच सस्टेन्स द इकोलॉजी एंड द इकोलॉजिकल कॉस्मिक हार्मोनी। अहिंसा विच इज नॉन वायलेंस, प्रिजर्व लाइफ, बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड सोशल पीस। अपरिग्रह, non-possessiveness, prevent overconsumption, लोक संग्रह, वेलफेयर ऑफ ऑल, वेलबींग ऑफ ऑल, भगवत गीता का सिद्धांत। ये सनातन के जो मूलभूत सिद्धांत हैं इसकी बात IKS में होती है। और IKS जो है वह स्वयं में सस्टेनेबल हो जाता है। तो एक थियरी आती है मेरे हिसाब से, वह है IKS इज सनातन, because IKS deals through all the concept which we know that these are the fundamental concepts in Sanatan Vyavastha. Sanatan is sustainable because it built on the principle that support life, harmony, and the balance. And if we want to establish the sustainability in society, in person, and in environment, so we have to go through this IKS. So IKS is Sanatan, Sanatan is sustainable, and sustainability sustains IKS. ये सिद्धांत मुझे लगता है. एंड देन पूरी जो सामाजिक व्यवस्था बनती है, कैसे मूल्यों के आधार पे एक समाज एक बड़ी बड़ी संस्कृतियां बनाता है, 2000, 4000, 5000, 10,000 वर्ष की जीवंत संस्कृति बनती है. वो इस कॉन्सेप्ट से, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के कॉन्सेप्ट से निकलता है कि वैल्यूज डेराइव बिहेवियर, मूल्य से हमारे आचरण, हमारे व्यवहार निर्धारित होते हैं. देन बिहेवियर सस्टेन्स इन्वायरमेंट एंड सोसाइटी, हमारा जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार रहेगा उसी प्रकार का हमारा समाज और हमारे इन्वायरमेंट उस प्रकार निर्धारित होंगे. देन सोसाइटी प्रिजर्व्स नॉलेज, समाज ही वह स्थान है और समाज ही वह व्यवस्था है जो पहले के ज्ञान को प्रिजर्व करती है. एंड नॉलेज सेव्स न्यू वर्चुअस बीइंग, ज्ञान की क्रमिक प्रक्रिया भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में मानी गई कि एक समय के बाद ज्ञान रिफाइन होकर नए स्वरूप में सामने आएगा, और ये प्रक्रिया क्रमिक रूप में चलती जाती है. समाज की संस्कृत के बनने की पूरी व्यवस्था इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ती है, ऐसा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का मत है. सो these are the fundamental goals of IKS from KSAS. Now the question is that how KSAS INADS is trying to achieve this goal. कैसे वो प्राप्त कर सकता है? गोल बड़ा है, हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कैसे प्राप्त करेंगे? So these are the projects which we are dealing here in KSAS from humanities and science also. The philosophy of existence, concept of Ramatva, natural world order, economy of philosophy, the value system, and the development of theories of social harmony. We are also trying to redefine the Varna Vyavastha system, where we are continuously working on Vaishya and Shudra Varna. And in science, the vector development, cancer biology and therapy, neuronal regeneration, vaccine design, therapeutic biomolecules. These are some projects here. We are running KSAS, and we do KSAS talk, monthly talk, where we invite some eminent personalities from science, humanities, etc. The Philosophy Café is organizing this World Philosophy Day, and also discussing on Bhagavad Gita from more than 120 weeks. 1.5 साल से अधिक हो गया. क्रमवार बिना बाधित हुए हम लोग भगवत गीता के श्लोकों को समाज में सकते हैं, उसकी चर्चा भारत के आईएएस के अलग अलग विषयों पर, और साइंस में भी कुछ ऐसे विषय जो समाज के लिए डायरेक्ट इफेक्टिव होते हैं, ऐसे विषयों पर सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स और प्रोग्राम्स IW ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस लॉन्च करने जा रहा है. सो दीज आर टूल्स by which we are trying to establish, by which we are trying to achieve the goals of IKS from here in KSAS. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alok, for this insightful talk. Now, I would like to invite our first speaker of the symposium, Dr. Priyanka Mishra. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy and Religion, BHU. She has earned her master's from BHU itself and MPhil and PhD from JNU, New Delhi. Her area of specialization is Advaita Vedanta, Indian epistemology, phenomenology, and existentialism. Dr. Priyanka, please come to the virtual dais and start your talk. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shipra, for giving me this opportunity. And it is a great honor to be here today at this one-day international symposium on solution for anxiety in Indian knowledge system, organized by the Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences and the Philosophy Café. I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this important event. And my sincere gratitude goes to Professor Balram Singh, sir, and President of the Institute of Advanced Sciences. And I also take this moment to extend my warm congratulations to Dr. Shipra and her team for enriching this the Cafe community over the past year. And I also want to thank all the coordinators of this session. And I also extend my warm greeting to the resource person and panelist. Before I begin, I want to state something very essential. Because this is what I feel like, anxiety is just not a trending topic. It is not a trend, not a passing theme, because it is one of the defining experiences of our time. See, era changes, crisis, it might possible shift, cultures evolves, but anxiety has always found a way to appear in our life, and it will continue to appear in one form or another. And you know sometimes it becomes a force that sharpen our awareness. And I also feel that amid all these shifting forms, one thing is remain constant: the quiet, one can say, a very stubborn presence of anxiety. uh, in this sense, any discussion of anxiety, because also involves a discussion of hope. Like we can see that how cultures and knowledge system preserves, nurture, and teach us to return to it when the mind drifts into fragmentation. So today, as we examine anxiety through the lens of the Indian knowledge system, the conversation about anxiety becomes not only intellectually significant, but also existentially essential. I always feel that we cannot ignore anxiety because anxiety refuses to be ignored. And even if we try to oversimplify it, it's difficult because it is never simple. And if I try, I can analyze it from only one angle, then it also become very difficult because anxiety lives at the intersection of many worlds. So I think it must be understood scientifically because it affects the body. It must be understood psychologically because it shapes the mind. It must be understood socially because the world we live in often fuels it. And it must be understood philosophically because it raises deep questions about meaning, identity, and human existence. So I think anxiety is not optional anymore. At its core, I guess anxiety, as we all understand, that anxiety is something, an inner disturbance, a kind of unease about what might happen. It's very anticipatory in nature, and it reflects a deeper disturbance in how we relate to uncertainty, to the world, and to ourselves. I always feel that if I am going to discuss about anxiety, I think I should talk about anxiety from different perspective. So if I just consider from a medical perspective, anxiety is a condition of excessive and persistent worry that disrupt daily life. And you see that they focuses on diagnosis, brain chemistry, therapy, medication. And from scientific and biological perspective, if we see it, anxiety is a part of our survival wiring, a kind of the fight or fight system. It I have gone through several paper and I've seen that it arises from genetic tendencies, and some stress hormones are there. So helpful when balanced, harmful when overactivated. And socially or culturally, from social or cultural perspective, if you see anxiety is shaped by the world we inhabit. Like you see competitions, technology, we have lots of expectations, social media. So every society gives it a different language, but its pressure is universal. I because we as a teacher we see that in academia anxiety appears through exam stress, fear of failure. I teach a paper philosophical counseling here, and I always see the student, they always have some kind of stress. They talk about fear of failure. They are unable to choose their career, and I also feel that they have inability to express their emotions. So maybe from educational perspective, maybe we can maybe develop some supportive environments, or maybe mindful pedagogy. It's a very different kinds of perspective we can see. And of course, philosophical perspective, anxiety is not just an illness. We don't treat it as an disorder, but a very existential experience. Like if you see Kierkegaard, Heidegger, in their philosophy, it emerges from freedom, joys, and us uncertainties of existence. And in Indian tradition, yoga, Buddhism, Vedant frame it through dukkha, attachment, ignorance, and the mind's restlessness. So I just take a very unified view. Like anxiety is a very layered human experience, and biologically, social, psychological, and existential. So it is not just a disorder. Maybe we can call it a window into how we live, choose, and relate and make meaning. So since we are going to discuss anxiety within the frame of the Indian knowledge system, it becomes essential to ask whether this intellectual and cultural tradition offers us a more holistic and way to understand to anxiety. So Indian knowledge tradition have, I guess, I would say that historically focused on the inner aspect of human experience, from Vedic and Upanishadic insight on fear and uncertainty to Buddhist and yogic perspective of suffering, dukkha, and the afflictions, klesh, and the Bhagavad Gita's teaching on mental stability. And Krishna emerges as one of the earliest and the most profound advisor or counselor, guiding Arjuna. So, Indian thought has consistently examined the mental state and its disturbance, indicating the issues like anxiety are not recent concern. So let's therefore consider is Indian wisdom not just as a heritage, but as a living resource to deepen our understanding of anxiety, and just try to respond to it with clarity, compassion, and integration. Because while teaching student in the expanding field of philosophical counseling, I have noticed that the discipline remains predominantly Western in focus. It often fails to incorporate diverse cultural tradition meaningfully, and the depth of Indian knowledge system has yet to be fully integrated into its conceptual framework. So now the question is, can Indian philosophical psychology provide a more integrated understanding of anxiety? One that addresses not only symptoms, but the deeper roots of mental disturbance. And today, as we can see, the world faces its own crisis. So it's a new world with new pressure, new kind of conflicts, and new states of psychological vulnerability. So we can see that if anxiety has become one of our closest and most common companion. So, if we wish to shape a more universal, future ready model of philosophical counseling, one capable of addressing human suffering across cultural boundaries, and then the Indian tradition must be included. What is striking is that these traditions did not treat anxiety as an isolated symptom. They saw it as profound disturbance in the relationship between self, world, mind, and embodiment. Like texts such as Yoga Sutra, the Upanishad, the Buddhist Nikayas, and the Jain Agamas and Shaiva's treatise offers very subtle analysis of fear, attachment, and restlessness, and mistaken identity. So, the question is here is not whether Indians' knowledge system can address anxiety. They already have for centuries. The real question is how can we articulate an Indian model of counseling for anxiety today in a way that preserves its depth while responding to contemporary needs? And further, how can this model enter into a constructive dialogue with modern philosophical counseling, not as a subordinate, but as an equal with its rich resources? So now, to apply Indian knowledge system techniques to anxiety, I think I just want to discuss this with the tradition. Like you see, anxiety is not always named as such in classical Indian text. They call it dukha, klesh, samskar, moha, abhinivesh. So it serves as analogous roles. So Buddhist and Indian thought, especially in Buddhist philosophy, dukkha refers to the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of conditioned existence. So that craving, and the ignorance give rise to repeated mental afflictions. So anxiety in this frame emerges as clinging to impermanent phenomena, fear of loss, and misinterpretation of self and reality. Klesh in yoga philosophy, especially Patanjali Yoga Sutra, identify five kleshas. No, it's a kleshas, like they call it poisonous. They are like a poisons that cloud consciousness. The first one is avidya. We call it ignorance. Ashmita. Asmita is egoism. Rag, attachment. Dvesh, aversion. And abhinivesh, the fear of death, clinging to life. So anxiety in many yogic contexts corresponds most closely with abhinivesh. So deep-seated fear of the death of the ego or the self. And then again, there is one very important, thing which I really find very interesting while discussing this, that in Vedantic tradition, the titiksha is forbearance, the endurance of suffering without lament or resistance. In Vivek Chunamani, Shankara defines it as an endurance of all afflictions without anxiety or lament. So, these conceptual foundation shows that anxiety for Indian tradition is not simply a symptom to be suppressed, but a signal, a manifestation of deeper existential and psychological structures like ignorance, ego clinging, lament, impressions. So when I'm reading all these things, I always have that we can make certain Bharatiya model for counseling to understand this concept of anxiety, or maybe we can heal it through the Indian techniques. So there are certain Indian techniques for addressing anxiety. So given these conceptualization, I'm primarily interested in drawing from yoga and Vedanta only those practical techniques that help address anxiety. My focus is not on their larger metaphysical claims, but on the concrete methods. So first, I would take some techniques from yoga based on Patanjali Yoga Sutras. So these practices, especially work physiologically and psychologically, and can be used by anyone irrespective of belief. First thing I want to make very sure that I think when we you use all these techniques as a counselor, or maybe those who are who are thinking to use it as a methods, I think they should always keep there in mind. It is when you are using, you don't need to have a particular belief system, because breath has no religion. It's very secular in nature. And first, I would say that is pranayam, breath regulation. So it claims the you can say autonomic nervous system. It removes, or I would say it reduces hyper arousal and create mental steadiness. And the next one is anulom vilom. We call it nadi sodhan pranayam. The next is Sitali Sitkari pranayam, that it gives the kind of cooling breath. So ठंडक देने वाला श्वास होता है. And the next, the third one is Ujjayi pranayam. So गले से जो आपको ध्वनि निकलती है, that is oceanic breath. And then the fourth one is slow diaphragmic breathing. So आप जब पेट से सांस लेते हैं, so it's also a kind of breath regulation. We call it pranayam. And you can get all those references from Yoga Sutra. And the next one is one pointed focus. We call it ekagrata. So training the mind to stay with one object reduces the scattering, the vikshepas hote associated with anxiety. So you have to focus on your breath, focus on sound like mantras, and focus on a candle flame. They call it tratak. Right. So, and again, we have one more technique that we call pratipaksha bhavana. It's a kind of cultivating opposite qualities. So when anxious or fear-provoking thoughts arise, cultivating a deliberate opposite thought, kind of hope. So when you are actually, in a trap or in a negative loop, maybe you can cultivate a very opposite thought. Like if you get, if you are afraid of something, or maybe you are getting some kind of, feeling, then you can have some opposite thought like hope, gratitude, courage. So this is also very similar to cognitive reframing, especially in modern therapy they use. And the next one is, we call it asana. So body, mind, grounding. So this is a kind of technique, like, like we can take a very stable postures that support mental stillness and down regulate your anxiety. So first one is Tadasana. It's a kind of mountain pose. And again, you have a balasana, like a child pose. And again, the third one is Viparit Karadi. So it's a legs up and up the wall. And of course, I think everybody likes that is Savasana, the corpse pose. And we, so it's a kind of asanas. I guess all these asanas are, we actually, if we practice it, actually, we get some kind of relief. And the next one, which I really like about Patanjali, Patanjali gives 4 relational attitude that significantly reduce mental disturbance. First one is Maitri, the friendliness. Cultivate a genuine sense of goodwill towards all being. Then next one is Karuna, compassion. It encourages us to be sensitive to others, suffering, and to respond with empathy and support. The next one is Mudita, joy in others' joy. You see the kind of world we live in, people have a kind of, it's the counteracts jealousy, envy, and the competitiveness we have, So what we need to do is to help one celebrate the success, just be a part of it. So, and the last one, upeksha, equanimity. So it allows engagement with the world without being emotionally overwhelmed. And it also provides mental balance in situations of praise or blame, gain or loss, success or failure. So I think these reduce relational anxiety, maybe some kind of social stress, envy and agitations. And I guess, one more thing I think that is very important to discuss. We call it surrender practice, Ishwar Pranidhan. So not metaphysical surrender for the, of course, if you go with Yoga Sutra, it's a very metaphysical surrender, but letting go, what I'm taking from it is letting go of excessive control, a psychological release technique. greatly helpful in anxiety. Even Stoics, which we refer always in philosophical counseling, Stoics thought, it emphasizes this distinction between what is within our control and what is not. So, and even the modern cognitive behavioral therapy incorporates this very principle in its restructuring techniques. So, if the practitioners comes from another belief system, Ishwar Pranidhan can still be practiced without requiring belief in a specific deity or God, because the essence of the practice is surrender, letting go, and trusting a principle beyond one's limited ego. So this can be adopted in several ways. Like, you can surrender to a higher principle like truth, nature, the cosmos, moral order, universal consciousness, or maybe it could be a higher purpose. So these are the technique which I really find very authentic, and we can use it in philosophical counseling as a model. And now I just want to discuss some techniques from Vedanta, Advaita oriented, but it is applicable universally. So Sri Sankaracharya never dismissed the Vyavaharika, the empirical world. He fully acknowledged its practical significance while offering a very perspective that frees the mind from being overwhelmed by it. So the first one which I really like about it is the Drig Drishya Vivek, the cognitive distancing. So a method of separating the one who experiences from the experience. So this helps with anxiety by creating a space between the person and the anxious thought. So like you can, for example, we can say that, I'm the witness of this anxiety and I'm not consumed by it. Again, there is one concept I really like about Vedant, that, that neti neti, not this, not this. Use it as a mental technique, because I feel that it offers a very powerful cognitive tool. It teaches the mind to step back and disidentify from these rising thought and sensation. So neti neti does not mean denying reality. It means refusing to mistake every conscious thought for the truth. So when a fearful ideas, appears, maybe you are anxious, one can gently inwardly says like, this thought is not me. This feeling is not the whole of my reality. This anxiety is a passing state, not my identity. So anxiety is seen as a fluctuation of mind, not the entirety of the self. So it's a kind of, you can create a psychological distance and reduce over identification. And one last thing, I would say, that is inquiry into the I, the Atma Vichar. So not metaphysical inquiry, but it could be a reflective question. Who is anxious? When you are actually anxious, you ask the question, who is anxious? Where is this feeling located? Just try to locate that, anxiety, and what thought triggered it. So this can reduce the fog of anxiety and it can break that automatic patterns. And the last one I would say, that is Shant Bhav Ka Vikas. That is a kind of, Shanto Danto Uptaras Titikchu. So a practical encouraged, a very kind of practice, I would say, not practical, I practice encouraged in the Upanishad. And it was in, we have taken this idea from Mundaka Upanishad. Later it was used by, Shankara, he reuses. And, it's a kind of practice, that's, is slowing down, is slowing your emotions, and it's returning to the quiet mental state, and again resting awareness in the present moments. So these are emotional it works like an emotional stabilizer, because when you see, like, when he's saying Shanta, so one who is calm, Danta, one who has disciplined the sense, Uparata, one who has withdrawn from unhelpful and unhealthy engagements. Titikcha, Titikcha, so one who endures difficulties with patience and resilience without mental disturbance. So, if we try to see this as a overall. So I think that this line beautifully captures the psychological maturity we can get from Vedantic knowledge system. The Vedant has given us a kind of, and also one thing I would say that we can get from Gita, the Bhagavad Gita, that's very important, that the contemplation of transience of emotions, that this too shall pass. Our thoughts and feelings arise and dissolve. They are not permanent. So this again actually reduces the catastrophic thinking common in anxiety. And the last but not the least, I would say, because Sakshi Bhav and mantra meditative stabilization. So Sakshi Bhav is very much like dysentery, modern therapy they use, the kind of skill of stepping back from one's thought. And Vedanta, they have used as a Sakshi Bhav when they say ki detached observer of one's thought and sensation. And last one I'm just using for the sake of my understanding, because mantra meditative stabilization. Sometimes we use mantras to anchor the mind, like it could be anything, it could be Om, Soham. And why I'm discussing this, because recently I attended a mindfulness workshop where faculty members from different backgrounds, including medical professionals, were invited. Everything went smoothly as long as participants were engaged in chanting or some experiential practices. But the moment the session shifted toward theory and lecture-based explanation, people began leaving. And later, through informal conversation outside, one thing became clear: everyone's mind was already overloaded, full rather than mindful. So they were not in a state to receive more conceptual frameworks or theoretical model. What they sought was relief, not for cognitive input. So I think people really want something that can calm them, and some calming effects, so that can also help. So more or less, after our techniques, I won't say they are just theoretical, because researchers and scholarship provide both empirical validation and philosophical grounding. And one very important Lancet, very important journal of science, they have published a paper, and it modern kind of they actually organized a program, and in that program they were combining asanas and breathing meditation to reduce anxiety. And they said 10 days yoga lifestyle program actually reduce a kind of this very significantly reduce this anxiety in people, and those who are actually kind of participant, they were participating in that program. So while I would say that of course these above techniques are not merely theoretical, but the question one can raise, and how to use these techniques in contemporary counseling. I just want to say that, maybe we can propose an integrative, ethical, and pluralistic framework for the use of Indian knowledge system in counseling for anxiety. And of course, when we are using all those, we can have, optionality, because counselors should present these techniques as option, not like prescriptions. And the person may choose yoga, breathing, meditation, or inquiry without subscribing Vedanta or yoga darshan. So the aim is not to convert, but to offer skillful means, upaya. So, and one thing I would say, that maybe some progressive integration, because Indian knowledge system does not need any kind of validation from outside. It has a very grounded therapies, practical approach. And so I think nevertheless, a true promise of IKS lies not in dogmatic adaptation, but in very pluralistic, respectful, and client-centered integration we can think about. And maybe there could be some potential challenges and critical reflection when we are using, because this integrative use of IKS, uh, one can ask, because there are certain challenges, we need to mitigate them. And I guess, but in closing, I would say that Indian model of counseling for anxiety, uh, it is important because in a world that moves faster than our nervous system can handle or not, anxiety is actually very much inevitable. So we check our phones before checking in with ourselves, and we are always in a kind of alert mode. So the consequence is a mind stretched thin and body is always on guard. It's a kind of guard. So modern therapeutic frameworks recognize this overload. So maybe Indian tradition offer a equally powerful time-tested response. Slow the breath, steady the sense, question the fearful thought, and return to the ground of awareness. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. And you have given a solution from uh, Neti Neti from Advait Vedant. And uh, actually, Neti Neti is a method of negation used in Indian philosophy to realize the true self. And it teaches that the self is beyond all attributes, forms, and limitations. And by saying not this, not that, we detach from everything that is not our true essence, like body, mind, emotions, possessions, that is not ours. And I think this is therefore a very apt solution from IKS for anxiety. Thank you so much. And now moving on our next speaker, who needs no introduction as he is very well known to us and is engaged in our programs. I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Shukla, who is an associate professor in the Department of Philosophy, University of Lucknow. Dr. Prashant has earned his master's degree in philosophy from University of Allahabad and doctoral degree from JNU, New Delhi. He is the achiever of Greek Government Fellowship in 2006 to 7 by the Ministry of Human Resource and Development, Government of India. His area of specialization is classical Greek philosophy, modern Western philosophy, contemporary Western philosophy, postmodernism, philosophy of religion, and symbolic logic. He is appointed as official counselor for Lucknow University Faculty of Arts in 2018. So, Dr. Prashant, please come and grace our cafe with your moving wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shipraji. First of all, I express my gratitude to the coordinator for providing opportunity at such a graceful audience, especially to Shipraji. And it's a wonderful moment for me because I left JNU at the time when Shipraji and Priyankaji joined the institution. So it's a wonderful experience for me. And then I am a little bit afraid because Professor Rakesh Chandra is here. So it always gives me a sense of being cautious, because in the sense of being an analytical philosopher, we are very cautious with our words. And again, our training in analytical philosophy tells us that we cannot deal with every aspect of Indian knowledge system because we are not trained in that. We are trained in a very specific aspect of the system known as the process of analysis. We are expert in that, and we are not claiming at any point of time that this is the whole thing. Of course, there might be many more things. As Priyanka ji has rightly pointed out, we should take care of the breath exercises like pranayam, dhyana, samadhi, etc. and etc. So we have to integrate all aspects of life, including religion, analysis, textual studies, practice, spiritualism, and so on and so forth. But my limitations makes me very cautious to talk about only that particular aspect in which I am trained and in which I feel myself more comfortable. So with this disclaimer, let us come to my presentation. I hope it is visible.
Yeah, sir. Now it's okay.
Thank you. So again, in the true spirit of my understanding, I have to answer two questions in particular before going any further in the discussion. What do I actually understand by the term IKS, Indian Knowledge System? ये भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा या भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली होती क्या है? And then what I actually mean by the term anxiety. As we all know, Indian knowledge system has
पूरी स्क्रीन सेट कर लें तो ज्यादा अच्छा हो जाएगा.
Is it full screen? I don't know.
ये सबसे नीचे 72% के बगल में जो आपको दिख रहा होगा लेफ्ट में 72% के बगल में मैंने वो नहीं सर. हाँ, ये बगल में एक आइकन दिख रहा है 106 के लेफ्ट में तुरंत हाँ या.
Okay. So what I mean by Indian knowledge systems, particularly systems, not the system. And I take reference from none other than Arthashastra by Kautilya when he says Indian knowledge system includes a plethora of different aspects, but a minimal foundational understanding shows that if I am talking about Indian knowledge systems, I actually mean the four pillars on the basis of which we can develop this particular kind of knowledge system. And these are Trai, and by Trai, Kautilya clarifies, I am not talking about the Veda Trai. I am not talking about Rigved, Samaved, and Yajurved. Rather, I am talking about the Prasthana Trai, that is Brahma Sutra, Upanishad, and then Bhagavad Gita. Apart from Trai, we come to the Dandaniti, Varta, and then Anviksha. And in this particular sense, Anviksha means the Parishkar Vidya, or what we popularly called as the Darshan Shastra. And here we mean by the process of dialogue, by the process of Shastras, by the process of Samvad, we polish our understanding. तो हम अपनी समझ को बार बार लगातार घिसते हैं और इस घिसने की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा हम अपने ज्ञान का निरंतर परिष्कार करते चले जाते हैं. And that is what we actually do in the field of Anviksha or philosophy. So as a disclaimer, in the domain of philosophy, we are not doing practice. We are actually doing theory. But yes, on the basis of this theory, some or the other kind of practice may be inculcated, rightfully so. तो सिद्धांत के आधार पर हम व्यवहार कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उस व्यवहार को सिद्धांत नहीं कहा जा सकता. So when I am talking about the philosophical system, that is always theoretical in nature. However, when I talk about Indian knowledge system, it is the proper amalgamation of the theory and the practice, siddhant and the vyavahar, the first order and the second order. In fact, that is the why, that is the reason we popularly use the term applied ethics. The term applied ethics or the term practical philosophy means that ethics is not itself practical, philosophy is itself not practical. But then, yes, ethics can be understood in such a manner that we can trace some application of the ethical theories. In the same sense, the theoretical philosophy can be understood in such a manner that we can comprehend the practical aspect of that, and that is very much appropriate. So with this disclaimer, let us start with the first question which a philosopher asks, and a philosopher should ask. What do you mean by the term X? And X in this context means, what is anxiety? Popularly, as we understand this, anxiety is a state of uncertainty, restlessness, or indecision. It usually arises when multiple alternatives exist in front of us. And the fun fact, these alternatives are not clearly obvious or apparent to us in the form of being yes or no, in the form of being black and white. In fact, अगर हमारे विकल्प इतने ज्यादा स्पष्ट होंगे तो ये कभी भी हम लोगों के सामने चिंता, व्यग्रता या उत्कंठा को जन्म ही नहीं देंगे. Anxiety or dilemma comes in only such a situation when we have two or more than two alternatives, and all of these alternatives appear to be equally viable. And then हमको उत्कंठा, व्यग्रता या विद्वंद की स्थिति का सामना करना पड़ता है कि इन सारे विकल्पों में से किस विकल्प को चुना जाए और किस विकल्प को छोड़ दिया जाए. So actually, anxiety, which is relatable to being anxious, it is not merely an emotion, but it is a state of philosophical condition. Now, Indian knowledge system treats this kind of anxiety as a signal, as a license for further inquiry, and this is the point where the Parishkar Vidya starts. So again, there is a disclaimer. Anxiety should not be understood as curiosity. उत्कंठा, व्यग्रता, चिंता एक अलग बात है, और जिज्ञासा, ललक या ज्ञान को प्राप्त करने की प्यास यानी कि क्यूरियोसिटी एक दूसरी बात है. So there are some places where they might overlap, but still it is a clear, brute and blunt fact that anxiety is not curiosity. In fact, anxiety is a fearful anticipation of the future events, as happens in the case of Parth, the Arjun. So anxiety is a fearful anticipation of the future events, often involving worry and negative assumptions.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. आपकी स्लाइड आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है सर, बढ़ा रहे हैं क्या?
Should I reshare it?
Yeah, please.
Okay, just 1 minute, please. Is it visible now?
Now it's visible. Yeah. Okay.
So, anxiety is a fearful anticipation of the future events, the sense of unpredictability, which makes us insecure, and often it involves worry and negative assumptions, while curiosity is a positive desire to learn and explore something new. So as you can see, curiosity is a state of luxury, the trademark of being a philosopher. मुझको याद आता है किसी ने कुछ समय पहले मुझसे कहा था, और ये बड़ी मजेदार बात है. सर्वेश्वर दयाल सक्सेना की एक बड़ी छोटी सी कविता है. वो कहते हैं, गोली लगने के बाद एक इंसान बोलता है हे राम, दूसरा इंसान बोलता है मारो, और तीसरा इंसान बोलता है आलू. आई रिपीट, गोली लगने पर पहला इंसान बोलता है हे राम, दूसरा बोलता है मारो, और तीसरा बोलता है आलू. तीनों अपनी अपनी जगह पे सही है, लेकिन दार्शनिक केवल पहले दो हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि तीसरा इंसान वो है जिसका पेट खाली है, पहले दो इंसान के पेट भरे हुए हैं. सो वी ऑल नो philosophy as a discipline is again a subject of luxury. आप एक दार्शनिक परिचर्चा को तभी आगे बढ़ा सकते हो जब आपकी फाउंडेशनल मिनिमल बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स की पूर्ति हो चुकी हो. That is why people say philosophy is a subject of luxury. And that is why Thales, who is popularly known as father of philosophy, always said, philosophy is my profession, but not my vocation. दर्शन शास्त्र किसी का शौक हो सकता है, लेकिन दर्शन शास्त्र एक रोजगार परक विषय हो, ये अनिवार्य नहीं होता. कुछ उसी तरह से एंग्जाइटी हमारी विवशता होती है, क्यूरियोसिटी हमारा शौक होता है. So anxiety is a fearful anticipation, while curiosity is a positive desire to learn and explore something new. Anxiety is associated with stress and fear, whereas curiosity is linked to a sense of fascination and excitement for new discovery. Let me clarify with the help of one example. Thinking about, like usually I think, what if I am homeless when I am old? तो आपको पता है ना कि ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम खत्म हो चुकी है, अब केवल न्यू पेंशन स्कीम है जिसके कोई सिक्योरिटी नहीं होती. तो अगर मेरे मनस में ये विचार आता है, नौकरी के बाद अगर पेंशन नहीं मिली तो मैं क्या करूंगा? This is a classic case of anxiety. But then again, researching about how the retirement benefits may differ from men and women to understand the long-term impact, this is a case of curiosity. And that is why anxiety by its nature is an existential issue, whereas curiosity is an issue of analytical approach. तो दोनों के बीच में ये बेसिक फर्क तो होता ही होता है. In order to present it in a nutshell, anxiety represents the state of being fearful, worried, a sense of uneasiness, whereas curiosity is usually positive, fascinated, and excited. While anxiety focuses on potential threats and worst case scenario, curiosity encourages exploration and seeking information. In anxiety, we experience a racing heart, sweating, and tension. But curiosity generally lacks these physical symptoms and is a more calm and serene state of mind. As an outcome, anxiety can lead to being stuck in fear, but curiosity leads to further learning and growth, what we call as Parishkar Vidya. And that is why most of the philosophers or thinkers who talk about anxiety in the Western context are existential philosophers. Kierkegaard says anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. Heidegger says anxiety uncovers our being. Sartre says anxiety or angst is against the radical freedom. Freud says anxiety is a psychic conflict. Existentialism is general beliefs that anxiety is the condition of human existence. And finally, phenomenology says anxiety is a mode of certain kind of experience. So, well, this is the Western version. But let's talk about anxiety in Indian thought. In Indian particular context, anxiety has multiple interpretation. It might be called as samoha, which is defined as the state of perplexity. In fact, fact, it is exactly the same sense in which Socrates sees the problem, where he says, philosophy is the journey from aporia to ataraxia, where aporia is a sense of anxiety and ataraxia is a state of a refined understanding. So in Indian thought, anxiety can be represented as samo, which is perplexity, vichep, which is distraction, anavastha, which is the groundlessness and lack of closure. And again, dukkha in the Buddhist terminology, which means some sort of existential unrest. In fact, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, avidyamantaram vartamanah swadhira pandita manyamana, which means those living in avidya or ignorance think themselves as wise. And that is precisely the root of confusion and then anxiety and what we call as angst. Kathopanishad, that is refers to this as Shreyascha, Preyascha, Manusham Etah. Human beings forever stand at the crossroad between what is pleasant and what is beneficial. In fact, I remember in the Moorean terminology, what G.E. Moore says in Principia Ethica, that is the exact difference between what is desired and what is desirable. तो जो हम चाहते हैं वो चाहने योग्य होता है कि नहीं, इन दोनों के बीच की स्थिति को ही एंजाइटी या विद्वंद कहा जाता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर हम सभी को पता है शक्कर खाना हमारे लिए नुकसानदेह है, लेकिन हम क्या करें, हम सभी लोगों को शक्कर खाना पसंद है। So to eat sugar, to consume sugar is a state of desiring, but to know that overconsumption of sugar is bad for our health and therefore undesirable. आमतौर पे इनके बीच का विद्वंद या भ्रामकता यही हमारी एंजाइटी, यही हमारे उद्वेग का कारण बनता है। And that is why anxiety emerges from our choice or the confusion of the choice that exists in front of us. Now let us take Arjuna's anxiety. See the traits which we have already discussed. In Bhagavad Gita, the traits of Arjuna's anxiety or nidveg are represented as, in fact, there are 4 situations. The shloka says, the limbs are failing, मेरे हाथ कांप रहे हैं, mouth drying, मेरे जुबान सूख रही है, mind reeling, मेरा सर घूम रहा है, and then there is a state of moral paralysis. तो नैतिक रूप से मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं कि मुझको क्या करना है या फिर नहीं करना है या फिर दोनों स्थिति या फिर कुछ नहीं. So actually it is a state of philosophical condition which resembles a disease but not a disease. It seems like a psychological condition but it is not. It seems like a physiological condition but it is not. It is actually a condition apt for philosophical discussion. And here comes the stage of the requirement of philosophical counseling. So the first question which comes is, why anxiety arises? Number one, there are too many alternatives in front of us and all of them appear to be equally viable. Number two, but what can we do? There is lack of clarity. The third is, there is misalignment with our dharma. And fourth, there is misunderstanding of ourselves, what we call as avidya. And then there are so many emotional attachments, which we call as raga, dvesha, what Priyanka ji has rightfully mentioned, abhinivesh. And that is why the Parishkar Vidya, also known as philosophy, deals with these particular three kinds of Vidya: Atma Vidya, Jagat Vidya, and then the Brahma Vidya. And a compilation of all these three handles all the alternatives given here. Too many alternatives, lack of clarity, misalignment with dharma, misunderstanding of self, and then finally emotional attachments. One of the solutions comes in the form of Yoga Sutra. I will not go in detail because Priyanka ji has already talked about these. The five kleshas: avidya, asmita, rag, dvesh, and abhinivesh. And as has been rightly said, abhinivesh is the most crucial one. The anxiety comes with the fear of losing the self, and that is the real avidya, and that expects a particular kind of counseling known as the philosophical counseling. We can also talk about the Buddhist view of anxiety, where it is said, Sarvam Dukham Karanam Nirodham Marga Pratipada. Dukh is the existential insecurity, and then Dhammapada says all conditioned things are impermanent in nature, and therefore anxiety, angst, ugrata, vidvand arises because we resist to impermanence. And this realization of truth that everything is impermanent is the only solution of this kind of anxiety. So we cannot change the situation. We have to align in accordance with the situation, and that is the real path to Nibbana. And that is the Buddha's treatment or the solution to the problem. Sankhya talks about the three guna, the sattva, the rajas, or the tamas, and claim that the mind oscillates between all of them. And the real alignment comes by the realization of this three guna and adaptability along with that. So again, alignment with the dharma is the only solution. And that is why philosophical counseling with the Indian root says counseling, which means samvad or dialogue, is most important. And the example is none other than Krishna and Arjun samvad, where there is no instruction, there is no pravachan, but mere clarification. सुस्पष्ट ज्ञान की प्राप्ति ही दार्शन शास्त्र का एकमात्र ध्येय, एकमात्र उद्देश्य होता है या फिर हो सकता है. And then again Gita says, Vimashyaat dashesed yachesi tatha kuru. Reflect fully, then act as you choose. तो चुनाव तो आपका ही होगा. आपका सारथी, आपका काउंसलर, आपका टीचर केवल आपको सुस्पष्टता के साथ समझा सकता है कि इस तरह का चुनाव आपको क्यों करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए. So the counselor provides clarity, not commandments. So the role of the counselor says like this: he or she offers directions, not decisions. He or she helps client uncover inner resources. He or she provides empathy, but with certain amount of distance. He or she provides proposition-less situations about client's choices. So there is only possibility of dialogue. And if you think about it, whether you talk about Yagyavalkya Gargi Samvad, Yam Nachiketa Samvad, or Janak Sulbha Samvad, in any of the situation, the counselor is not providing decisions, but only assisting about providing a particular direction. The counselor never talks about being in touch with the client. Rather, a certain amount of distance is mandatory, and the choice should be only and only the client's choice. And then, the typical exclusive situation of the Indian knowledge system is its orality. तो सारी बातें लिखित रूप से कम और मौखिक रूप से ज्यादा कही जाएंगी. Why orality? Because it is a reflective immediacy. आप सोच समझ के तर्कों के साथ, चालाकी के साथ प्रतिक्रिया नहीं व्यक्त कर सकते। आपकी जो भी प्रतिक्रिया होगी वो साक्षात होगी, त्वरित होगी, नैसर्गिक होगी और स्वाभाविक होगी। Orality is flexible, responsive, and relational. That is why traditional Indian pedagogy means the oral wisdom, whether it comes with the form of karika, sutra, pravachan, bhashya, katha, tika, karika, or any of the form. Orality is given preference over writing. And then finally, self-knowledge is the only solution to any form of anxiety. In fact, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, Atma va are drishtavyah, the self must be seen, inquired into, and realization. So self-knowledge dissolves fear. And that is why that Parishkar Vidya, which starts with the Jagat Vidya, go to the Brahma Vidya, and then comes to the culmination by none other than the Atma Vidya. So know thyself is the clue to the solution of anxiety. In fact, Gita itself says, live to yourself by yourself. So clarity is that which begins within. And clarity is the only therapy which we better call as the Viveka Jnana. It is the Vivek Jnana which reduces confusion, which organizes alternatives, which aligns our values to the universal value, the cosmic value, which Alokji has rightly mentioned, dharma, the universal moral cosmic order. And thereby it enables wise and learned decisions. So the techniques for reducing anxiety includes, number one, dharma alignment, which means ethical clarity, meditation and breath awareness, which Priyanka ji has talked, which is much needed, but again, not philosophical in nature. Mindfulness, which is smriti, and then finally, Nyayik logic for correcting the fallacy in our assumptions. So all of these taken together, clubbed together, give you the real recipe for reducing anxiety. And then meditating about the insights. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. When mind fluctuates less, anxiety reduces. And then comes the stillness or the inner freedom. This is simply provided in the form of none other than the simple state stories or narratives given in the Panchatantra and Jatak Kathai. The stories which illustrate moral reasoning, the narrative which provide a sort of therapeutic device. And then there is also an approach which is called as the devotional approach. But again, devotion is not a part of philosophy, though we respect that. So integrating all system is the real Indian knowledge system. A holistic Indian model includes clarity of thought, ethical grounding, meditation, devotion, and last but not the least, logical analysis. Anxiety is unavoidable, no doubt, but still it is manageable. Indian system offers tools for meaning making, artha spashtata, self-understanding, atma prakashan, and emotional regulation, bhavana vyavastha. So, final message is, anxiety is not an enemy. It is an invitation to further inquiry. And it is the Indian knowledge system which transforms our anxiety into the insight, the Atma Vidya. And that is why it is said, Tamaso ma jyotirgamay, lead us from darkness to light, from anxiety to refined knowledge. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Prashant sir has talked about Samvad Pratha. In Indian philosophy, anxiety often arises from confusion, attachment, or lack of understanding. And Samvad encourages structured dialogue between teacher and student or among seekers where questions are welcomed and doubts are resolved. So we'll start our Samvad with audience. You can ask your questions with both the speakers. Yeah.
We have two questions in YouTube live. One is from Professor Balram Singh sir. He is asking that what is difference between anxiety and curiosity?
Okay. So Prashant sir.
I have a question too. I'm sorry to disturb, but there are some problem. I cannot raise my hand. Just address the first question, then I'll question.
Okay. So, Alokji, this question is for Prashant sir.
He has not mentioned the name, but maybe with Prashant sir or Dr. Mishra.
Yeah, or both of them. Yeah. First, Prashant sir.
But one question to Prashant sir, that from Bhanu Pratap ji, is moral injury an instance of anxiety?
Sorry, the question is moral injury a sense of anxiety? Is that the question?
Yeah, an instance of anxiety.
Okay. The response to the first question, as I have clearly mentioned in the slide given, is anxiety is not curiosity. And I repeatedly said, philosophy being a subject of luxury. I mean, I'm not very happy with this definition and I'm not very sad again. It is the nature of our subject. It is a subject of luxury. So actually, a philosopher is talking about a jigyasa. Anxiety is actually a state of existential crisis, as Balram Singh sir has said. And it has been clearly mentioned with the help of example. What will I do if everything is lost? That is a classic question of anxiety. But when I try to understand anything just for the sake of understanding, it is not giving me any sort of existential crisis. So there is knowledge for the sake of knowledge. That is precisely the state of consciousness. तो मतलब उत्कंठा विद्वेग का प्रश्न कुछ ऐसा प्रश्न है जो कि मेरे अस्तित्व से संबंधित है, ये है एंजाइटी। लेकिन जिज्ञासा मेरे अस्तित्व के ऊपर सवाल नहीं उठाती, वो तो केवल मेरे ज्ञान का परिष्कार का प्रश्न है। एंड दैट इज द डिफरेंस आई बिलीव बिटवीन एंजाइटी एंड क्यूरियोसिटी। I believe Priyanka ma'am is going to add something if she wishes so.
Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question, Shipra?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar.
Sir, just a minute.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I am in the train, so I could not listen properly, and now it has stopped at Lucknow Junction. So I can ask a question to Dr. Priyanka. Since she's a scholar of supposed to be of existentialism, my simple question will be: what is the difference between the anxiety in continental tradition and Indian tradition? Because there, as far as my small knowledge goes, anxiety is a part of human condition, and unless and until you make a choice, this anxiety cannot go, and then it will again come. So this whole issue of anxiety is so tied up with the human condition that just to try some physical exercises, some meditation and all that, will that work? This is the question to Dr. Mishra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your question, and I'll try to answer your question. As you said that especially existentialist views on anxiety. So, of course, I agree that they consider it as a very fundamental human experience, and especially it arises from confronting, the life's ultimate realities, and of course it focuses on freedom, responsibility, and sometimes isolations, death. But what I feel, as you asked, that how it will help this breathing and other techniques which I suggested from Indian knowledge system, I think still when we are dealing with these sort of questions or issues, especially meaninglessness, kind of emptiness, and especially when you are dealing with death or something like especially freedom. So I think it's not like that just a mood, or sometimes even when you are actually confused, because anxiety also discusses takes things about think about choices. So when you are making choice, maybe you need to calm down yourself. I'm just taking my example because I feel like mindfulness is a kind of, even when you are thinking or you are taking some decision, or maybe when you actually face some anxiety to find personal meaning or maybe value, at that time also, if you just focus on some Indian techniques, especially which I talked about, it's very, very helpful. And while teaching, I have come across, like that there are certain incidents I really felt when we actually use those techniques while teaching, it really helped a lot. So I just want to say, if you think that only existentialist has a very peculiar view, later after reading Indian knowledge system, and of course I have a great interest in that, I feel like they can complement each other, and breathing can help, sir. As I told you that it has no religion, it is very secular in nature, and existentialists can also breathe. uh, that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh, one more
Thank you.
question
Thank
is
you.
from Zarunisha, Dr. Zarunisha.
Thank you,
Yes.
Priyanka.
What yes,
Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Shipra and Prashant sir. Wonderful lecture, and I really appreciate and like the effort you all have put, because nowadays we are so courageous to address the problem the humanity is facing, and trying to find out the solution, philosophical solution, to make this effort also make philosophy so relevant in a present context. So thank you so much, everybody. So I have a question with Priyanka, because I really like and the topic Priyanka has addressed the problem of anxiety. I could not listen your entire lecture, Priyanka, but whatever I have listened, it is really important, I feel that. But there are some observation about your lecture, because you try to find out, and Prashant sir also, the solution of anxiety from Indian knowledge system, and you have address how these problem can be resolved with this Indian knowledge system and the Indian philosophy, how handle it. Now the first question, when you talk about mental peace, so, as I know, when we talk about anxiety, anxiety is the disturbance, distraction of this mental peace. Means anxiety happen when your mental peace is disturbed. Okay. So, how could you, first question is that, how could you, go back to the this state or level of mental peace when your mental peace is already gone due to this anxiety? Anxiety always happen when it is disturbed, first thing. And the second thing, when you say that if anxiety happen, you just need to separate yourself from that anxiety like situation as a sakshi, that you are addressing and seeing the separation between the anxiety and yourself. So this separation, I feel that cannot, even if I feel that I am anxious being and I am feeling that anxiety, but this separation, I feel that cannot resolve the problem, the intriguing problem of that anxiety. So even if I enter into a meditative state, or if I suppose listen some kind of preaching of one of the person who is addressing the causes of anxiety and problems of anxiety, that time I may feel soothing and I feel calm like thing, but again the anxiety comes and attack. So many time it is happened that even if the person is getting such kind of preaching and such kind of understanding of the life and all that thing which we have, next moment they again get attacked with the anxiety is not resolved in a one setting and in a one place, the moment at the place where you understand the reason of anxiety, but continuously it haunts you, you know so uh, how would you address the stage of the person? Means I feel that even if you tell people that the world is illusory, or you do meditation, it doesn't work. Mm, so how would you address that question, that problem, Priyanka?
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Zeru, for your lovely question. And I completely agree with you that, anxiety, as we understand, is a kind of inner disturbance. And of course, anxiety is very much objectless. But yes, I would say we can get our peace back, but not by forcing peace back. See, mental peace is not a switch. It's like a switch I have in my room. It is a condition that arises when the mind stop resisting its own experience. So, it's a very future oriented fear. And when will this peace return? So, peace returns when the mind is allowed to be present again. So philosophically, I would say that Vedanta especially, peace is your swarup, your natural state, and it is just covered but not destroyed. And if you take it from existentialist viewpoint, point of view, I would say that anxiety reveals the groundlessness of our existence. So peace comes when we stop fleeing from the revelation. So you don't go back to peace, you unblock what is already there. And of course, you also mentioned that Sakshi Bhav, if I'm correct. So Sakshi Bhav is a kind of witnessing the mind as a friend, I would say. It's a very profound Vedantic technique because you see your mind as a companion, not as me. Like you watch thoughts like you watch waves, and you listen to the anxious mind very kindly, as if it were a friend telling you its fears, right? So I think it's a kind of de-identification. uh, this is not a kind of suppression, I would say. It's just a de-identification. I know it's very difficult because we all are actually grappling such things. Anxiety definitely intensifies when we identity with every thought. But I would say that Sakshi Bhav creates a kind of psychological distance without isolation. I'm not saying that, if you are asking that, okay, is this separation possible? Because I would say yes, because it's a practice. It's not like very intellectual decision that I have taken and then. So, it could be like that, this is very much compatible with both yoga and modern therapeutic models which we are nowadays using. So I don't know whether I'm able to answer your question or not. Yeah, I'm just trying.
No, you absolutely answered, Priyanka, but my the last question was anxiety has a cause, there is some cause behind the anxiety. And when you address this cause by the separation between the self and the problem, does it has a capacity to resolve the problem of that anxiety? Because unless the problem is resolved, you cannot get rid of that anxiety.
If you take it existential.
May I extend this question? May I extend this question to both the speakers? Now the
Yes, sir, please.
question is that if anxiety has a cause, so is the cause only in the human condition? Is it in the psychological avidya or whatever you may call a gyan or moh, or is this also lies in the social structure which most of the Indian knowledge system followers try to avoid? Just for example, if a person is anxious because he is a poor person, he is going poverty, his employment is not sure, he has been kicked out by his employer, and again, take the case of Corona when thousands of people were coming back from Mumbai on the bicycle, having whole of their families on those bicycles. How can anxiety of such type created by the structural, social structural, political structural causes be mitigated by the meditation, yogic practice, breathing, and all that which is breached in Indian knowledge systems? Thank you.
Also, I would like to add one more thing for Priyanka and Prashant sir at the same time, that so many times, Priyanka, we know that what is the reality. For example, death. Death, everybody knows that it's a natural phenomena, but still it haunts. If your loved one is gone, it creates an anxiety, a severe anxiety. Sometimes it is life threatening as well. Even if we know that this is the natural phenomena, it is the ultimate truth and whatever it is. So how would you overcome and drag people from out of these kind of anxiety, which people already know that it is natural, but at the same time creates a that death threatening anxiety to everybody? Yeah.
Yeah, I think first I would say that, as you said, does anxiety have, like you are saying that anxiety have a cause? So of course, in everyday psychology, anxiety usually has, identifiable causes, like, the uncertainty, of course, trauma we see, and some kind of social pressure also, some biological factors. But you see the existentialist. So, according to existentialism, anxiety is not caused by events, it is caused by existence itself. You just take example from Sartre. Anxiety arises from responsibility for one's own being. So, and Heidegger says anxiety arises from nothingness. The collapse of the familiar world, as the Tandon sir was, I guess, asking the question, like, he was giving the example of the pandemic. So the collapse of the familiar world. So anxiety arises from that, collapse. And so I won't say it has no external cause, but it is built into the human condition. And a person experiences anxiety even when nothing is wrong, right? I'm not saying that it's always that something is wrong, then only you feel anxious. There's certain situation when everything is fine, nothing is wrong, still you are anxious, you have anxiety. Recently, I have come across an incident. It was very heartbreaking. A kid from very well-off family. He was very much anxious. He was IITian and he committed suicide. Sometimes, you don't have certain cause. And again, the question he asked, the Tandon sir, in social structure, the sociological perspective, I've seen that. I would say yes, social theorists see anxiety as produced by social condition, right? I think maybe the alienation and then competition, maybe some kind of pressure, and maybe you just have to present a very stable self sometimes. And in this digital society, we also face sometimes comparison. We are always on the kind of surveillance, and we also get distracted. So I agree with that. This anxiety is produced by social, structure. But this is different from existential, where anxiety is inherent. But again, sir, I'm just saying that, these Indian knowledge system can help you. I know that death is a possibility, right? When Heidegger is saying it's a loss of those, who remains, right? No, of course, the loved ones, when they go. But when I'm staying in Varanasi, I have felt that, you every moment when you see someone dies, when you go to a ghat, you see Harishchand Ghat, you realize the authentic movement. That kind of authenticity we acknowledge. So I would say that it's the cause is just psychological, metaphysical. But if you go with Sankhya, if you go with Yoga, does anxiety have a cause? In Yoga, anxiety comes from ego identity and avidya. It's a kind of misidentification with mind. And it is not natural. It is a product of wrong identification. And if you take Vedanta, identity comes from a misunderstanding the self as body, mind. So when one identifies, I am this limited being, anxiety is inevitable. So I think if anxiety is natural, I think again, if you're asking that question, how do we help someone to overcome it? So I would say anxiety is inherent from a very existential perspective. We cannot eliminate it. We can only transform our relation to it. First thing which I always feel. And because you have to teach the person to face anxiety rather than escape it. This is the first beginning point of, I guess, the existentialists, they always say that you face that, you confront that. And then again, in existentialism, it's a very genuine possibilities. And from social perspective, anxiety is produced by structural condition. And from Indian perspective, Indian systems, anxiety is not is the real nature of the person. It is a
Yeah.
very much
Now,
by
you have
ego.
already, you know, said this in your talk that uh, philosophical practices can reduce anxiety, like Samvad. And when you talked about Vedanta, which teaches that identifying with the eternal self rather than the perishable body dissolves fear. And this is the solution from IKS in the whole. So, yeah, Prashant sir, please.
Yeah, it's just a humble addition to what Dr. Mishra has rightly said. In response to Dr. Alok Tandon's questions about social structure and poverty, there is famous proverb, philosophy cannot cure gout. आप गठिया का इलाज दर्शन शास्त्र में मत खोजिए, वो दर्शन शास्त्र का काम ही नहीं है. So social poverty is a state of economic situation, and to deal with it is not a job of a philosopher. As far as Jairo Nisha says, G has said about death, there is a famous proverb which says, philosophy cannot resolve the problems, but it can dissolve the problem. Like in the case of death, philosophy cannot avert the situation of death. अगर आप किसी के संबंधी के मृत्यु के पश्चात जाते हैं तो आप क्या बोलते हैं? आप कहते हैं ये तो विधि का विधान था. आप कहते हैं ऐसा तो सबके साथ होता है. आप कहते हैं जो भी आया था उसको जाना है. इस तरह की बात कह करके आप अपने संबंधियों को एक प्रकार की सांत्वना प्रदान करते हैं और इस एंजाइटी की सिचुएशन को समाधान नहीं करते. कहीं ना कहीं आप इस सिचुएशन से अलाइनमेंट का प्रयास करते हैं और वो परिस्थिति उस संबंधी को प्रदान करते हैं. That is the best what a counselor can do, and that is why Indian knowledge system has time and again said, अगर आपको मोक्ष मिल भी जाता है उसके बाद भी आपको निरंतर संयम और अभ्यास का प्रयास करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मोक्ष कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जो आपको पैकेट में प्राप्त हो जाएगी. आपको उसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास करते रहना पड़ेगा. And that is why Wittgenstein simply says, counseling is an act to show the fly out of the fly bottle. आजाद करने का काम तो फ्लाई को खुद ही करना है, आप केवल एक रास्ता दिखा सकते हो, and that is the task of a counselor who is precisely doing a philosophic counseling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And one last question we are taking from Dr. Manish Sharma. Sir, most welcome in our cafe. आप पहली बार आए.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thanks for the wonderful lectures. I could listen the last part of Dr. Priyanka's lecture, and I listened whole lecture of Dr. Prasad. So the debate was like social causes and psychological and existential causes. On this, I have a point. Then I will ask my question. I did work on Eric Fromm, and Eric Fromm beautifully divided these two things. Like he divided existential dichotomies and historical dichotomies. So those which are existential, which are with the being of human, that is existential dichotomies that we cannot resolve by the social things. But there are certain things which are dichotomic in the historical process, in the social. So that can be dealt from the social political perspective. So we should kind of make a distinction while we are debating on philosophical counseling. Another thing, like as Dr. Prasad has rightly said, that actually counseling cannot change the conditions. So counseling is all about our mental state, how we are dealing with the conditions. Then again, how we are going to change the conditions, that can be a part of philosophy or not. That is a different thing. I don't know about it. At least for philosophical counselor, it is not a thing. So philosophical counselor can only deal with the mental states and how we are dealing with the situation. So that can be clear at this point. But I have some questions about that thing, like philosophy is a luxury, and how this statement can be linked to the philosophical counseling. Because if we say that philosophy is a luxury, then philosophical counseling can be limited to some people only. Then we cannot claim that it is useful for everyone, because philosophical counseling is also a way of doing philosophy. So I have a precise question for Dr. Prasad. If we say philosophy is luxury, so then philosophical counseling is also a luxury, or it is available for all the people?
Namaskar, Manish ji. It's such a pleasure to see you after so long. Yes, I totally agree with you. What I intended to say by saying that philosophy is the subject of luxury. आप philosophical counseling तभी कर सकते हो जब आपकी basic requirement पूरी हो जाए. यानी अगर किसी के टांगों में फ्रैक्चर है तो उस वक्त पे philosophical counseling काम नहीं करेगी. So the foundational need, the basic need should be cherished and fulfilled so as to enter the domain of philosophical counseling. I'm not disrespecting the field. Of course, philosophical counseling is a much needed discipline. But again, I still reaffirm, it is the subject of luxury. In the sense, it is not as basic as, let's say, roti, kapda और मकान. तो मनस का परिष्कार बेहद जरूरी है, लेकिन मनस के परिष्कार के पहले कुछ मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं हैं जिसका संतृप्त होना अति अनिवार्य है. That was my humble submission.
I would also any counseling is like that, I think.
Dr. Mani, as I would like to just add on something because I would say no because it's not only for the wealthy because see the luxury perception comes from associating philosophy with academic or elite culture, but the core purpose is universal, helping people live more wisely and resiliently. So some services may be paid, but many universities, community centers, or online programs offer very much accessible guidance. So I don't think that philosophical counseling is meant for anyone seeking. It is for some king or elite. It is also for those who is looking for some clarity, meaning, or help with life's big questions. I don't know whether I'm correct or not, but yeah, I'm just trying to.
नहीं प्रियंका जी, वेल्थी लग्जरी का सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं होता, इसमें धन का कुछ भी लेना देना नहीं है। लग्जरी का मतलब सिर्फ ये है कि उन चीजों को मैं करने में लिए हमको मजा आता है, और
हाँ,
मजे का सवाल तब आता है जब आपकी मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं संतृप्त हो जाए। That's my
You
humble
are
submission.
talking from the philosophical counselor perspective, but I'm
I
asking
think
from the perspective of counseling, because every counseling
counseling.
has certain drishtikon and certain biases, certain worldviews about the life. So that can be a philosophy of that person. Maybe he had not the opportunity to develop the proper philosophy, but everybody has a certain kind of philosophy while he is living, he or she is living. उस केस में काउंसलिंग के पर्सपेक्टिव से क्या ये सिर्फ कुछ ही लोगों तक है, या हर कोई एक काउंसलिंग बन सकता है इसका? मैं इस दृष्टि से इस बात को उठा रहा हूँ। ऑब्वियसली काउंसलर तो उसको तो एक ट्रेनिंग चाहिए, लेकिन जो काउंसलिंग है उसको तो ट्रेनिंग नहीं चाहिए, उसको तो समाधान चाहिए, या वो एक स्पेस चाहिए जहां पर वो अपने जीवन के सवालों को उठा सके। तो जीवन तो हर कोई जी रहा है, तो उस केस में हम उसको लग्जरी नहीं बोल सकते हैं।
मनीष जी, शायद मैं अपनी बात को स्पष्ट नहीं कर पाया। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो काउंसलिंग भी आता है आपके पास, वो तभी आता है जब आप उसकी इमीडिएट नीड पूरी हो जाती है। इमीडिएट नीड कुछ अलग तरह की होती है, और मीडिएट नीड्स कुछ अलग तरह की चीज होती है। मीडिएट नीड कम जरूरी होती है, यह दावा कहीं नहीं है। मीडिएट नीड भी उतनी जरूरी होती है जितनी इमीडिएट नीड, लेकिन इन ऑर्डर ऑफ क्रोनोलॉजी इमीडिएट नीड पहले आएगी और मीडिएट नीड बाद में आएगी। और इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई भी कोई हायरार्की बना रहा है। इट्स सिंपली अ मैटर ऑफ इमीडिएट रिक्वायरमेंट of a counselee or client or whatever you call it. I hope I'm clear my position.
I think we can further think about it, and this question is directly linked to that dichotomy that we were discussing, existential dichotomy and historical dichotomy. तो अगर हम इसको luxury बना देंगे, then it will be like we will escape the questions of existential or rather social problem. So if it is the problem for everybody, then philosophy has to expand itself to the problems of life, not the academia only. So that was
Sir,
my question. I don't have answer, but I think we should think about it from that perspective.
so thank you, sir, but I'm taking a luxury abhi because we are already ahead of time, and this discussion is so vast. So now it's time to wrap up this session, and we are taking a short break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. And don't go anywhere, as the cafe's most exciting get together is still ahead. Our senior most resource persons talk. Professor Namita Nimbalkar will be talking next, followed by a panel discussion. So stay connected. We'll meet at 4:45 sharp. Okay.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Sipaji, we can start now because it's 4:50.
It's live now. Okay. Good evening, Namita ma'am.
Good evening to you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Now, welcome to our next section. So, in this session, we have one talk by Namita Nibalkar ma'am. Namita Nibalkar ma'am is an professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Mumbai. She has a PhD in philosophy from the University of Mumbai, and she has 23 years of teaching experience in philosophy. Uh, Her previous roles uh, uh, are in Birla College, Kalyan, including director of the UGC-sponsored Gandhian Studies Center, and she has been designated as assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy there. Uh, she has experience in curriculum development and coordinating university workshops. Her research interest areas include Gandhian philosophy, environmental ethics, world religions, and philosophical counseling. She has authored 2 books and over 55 research papers. Notable publications include her book Gandhi's Quest for Religion and Communal Harmony, which won an award. Her works also appear on platforms like ResearchGate and Google Scholar. So, ma'am, I'm very, very delighted to have you here. And please welcome. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, Shipra. First of all, I am very, very humbled with the discussion that has taken place today. And it was very thought-provoking at the same time, taking us into different realms of anxiety. But prior to that, I would be failing in my duties if I do not thank Quorum School of Advanced Studies, that is the Philosophy Café, as well as to the Chief Patron and Session Chair, Professor Balram Singh, and to you, Dr. Shipra Dikshit, for inviting me over here. My earlier panelists, they have given in detail much of the highlights, you can state it, or much of the information about Indian knowledge system and the way Indian knowledge system can help us in looking at anxiety as well as the solutions to anxiety. So what I'm trying to do in this particular session would be to talk about various dogmas that are present, that are available. And these dogmas, the way in which it can be transcended. At the same time, when we talk about the human freedom, so about this human freedom, and also to cultivate or an evolving moral consciousness. Now, in regard to this, it's very essential to look at that how the Indian knowledge system, because we are speaking about the ancient Indian knowledge system, and we are talking about the modern problems. So we try to have we have a very contemporary forms of anxiety, and this contemporary forms of anxiety, they border on financial, it can be occupational, it can be relational, it can be existential. And then again, these problems of anxiety, they are intensified by a sense of constriction or a sense of fragmentation and uncertainty. Now, before I go into the details of it, there was a discussion about existentialism also. So I would like to also draw the attention that there is a distinction between the Western methodology of dealing with anxiety and the Indian methodology of dealing with anxiety. And when we look at the IKS methodology, we find that anxiety, the nature of anxiety is looked upon as a sense of misrepresentation or a sense of there is a lack of inner harmony. Whereas When we look at the Western philosophy, we find that it dwells upon, or it underlines that this is a fundamental condition of our existence. When we talk about existential. Similarly, in the Indian context, we look at that what is the root cause of anxiety? Why does anxiety take place? So, from the Indian parlance, when we look at it, it is because of avidya. It is because there is too much of clinging. So we call our, we speak about Vedanta, we speak about Buddhism, we talk about the duality that is there. And so that results in anxiety. Whereas, as my earlier speaker, Dr. Priyanka, had very rightly pointed it out, that the Westerners will look at it from the perspective of freedom or absurdity or unconscious conflict or uncertainty. Now, the nature in which the self is viewed in the Indian system is that, it is with relation to others. So it's we do not have a reductionist approach towards the self. We have an approach of the self which is in relation to other, and which is also impermanent, and which is non-dual by nature. Whereas when we look at the Western way in which they look at the self, so we find that the approach is that of an autonomous self. And so the self is totally self-contained. And so there again, when we look at the self, the nature in which the solution will be there. So the solution in the Indian context, it would result on meditation. It would result in alignment with the dharma. It would result in atmajnan, atmadipo bhavo, as Buddha says. So it would result in trying to understand the self. Whereas the 17th, 18th century philosophy of the West, when we analyze it and when we try to understand it, we find that over there, reasoning, which is there, that becomes of paramount importance. So reasoning is underlined, meaning making analysis, or even therapeutic dialogue that is there, that is emphasized about as far as the Western way of looking at anxiety is concerned. Now, here what I'm trying to understand, I'm really grateful for this topic, because I had to really turn the entire learning of mine topsy-turvy and try to put it into this particular framework of what IKS and anxiety, how they would align with each other, and what are the ways in which the solution can be sought through. So when I looked at the Western philosophy, when I tried to understand it, I find that they treat anxiety as existential, psychological, and largely inescapable. One can't escape it. And it is considered as this angst which is there, that is considered as a condition of human freedom. Whereas when we look at it from the Indian knowledge perspective, when we look at the different texts, the different schools that we have, we find that here anxiety that is there, it is treated as contingent. It is treated as modifiable. It is and something which may be dissolved. So it is a product of misperception, or it is a product of habituation or disconnection from the dharma. So do we say that another question arises, which one is the best? Or do we make such kind of a distinction that which is best or which is much more better than the other? I find that both the traditions that are there, they are complementary to each other. In what way do I find that they are complementary? I feel that the Western aspect of philosophy, it in a way offers an analysis as to why anxiety is there. And when we look at it from the Indian knowledge perspective, it talks about that in what way the transformation can take place. So this complementary aspect which is there, if we try to understand it, if we try to bring it into practice through the Philosophy Café, I find that it would really be a very, very big service to the philosophical community too. And for this, I congratulate you for having this particular theme as a theme for discussion. Now, when we interpret Indian knowledge system from the contemporary lens, we find that it offers multi-dimensional framework of insights and practices that addresses the roots of anxiety, while at the same time empowering individuals to reshape their everyday habits. Now, this is somewhere where I would like to draw the attention that it talks about how our everyday habits can be or must be reshaped. Now, here, this analysis which I'm going to present here, it talks about bringing four key philosophical themes. And these themes are, the first is that there is a fear. So anxiety stems because there's a fear. And we do have a particular tagline also, कि डर के आगे जीत है. तो क्या सही में डर के आगे जीत है या नहीं, उसके बारे में हमें चर्चा करनी चाहिए. साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर ये भी कहा जाता है, इस बात के ऊपर भी जोर दिया जाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं like there has to be present centeredness. So when we talk about Buddhism, when we talk about meditation, we talk about being present centeredness. Third thing that we also emphasize about is the human unity, that is वसुदेवम कुटुंबकम, जब हम इसके बारे में बात करेंगे. और साथ ही साथ एक इवोल्यूशन के बारे में भी बात की जा सकती है या बात करनी चाहिए, जहां पर कि हम कहते हैं कि देयर हैज टू बी अ मॉरल इवोल्यूशन. And then when we talk about this four key philosophical themes, we find that we can connect it to IKS based psychological strategies, which is suitable. And this is a question that actually I'm having for a long period of time. And this question is that many of us have an intellectual understanding of spiritual concepts. So each one of us have an understanding of it. We are the students of philosophy. We are lifelong learners of philosophy, and we understand it. But the question that arises is that, can we have strategies which will be suitable for the life of an average person and not for the people who may be onto the path of realization of the self, or somebody who is onto the path of renounce the world? So we don't have to talk only about them or these philosophical strategies. Can we modify it to a certain extent? Can we think about it? So this is one question that I had in my mind while I was trying to understand and trying to analyze this particular topic, that how do we convert this intellectual understanding of spiritual concepts, make it available for the common person. And that is where I find that therapeutic philosophy, also known as philosophical counseling, really has a big role to play. So though I agree with Dr. Prashant Shukla that philosophy is for those who, it's concerned with, he associates it with luxury, yet at the same time, if we restrict philosophy only to the ivory towers, then it's going to be a big difficulty for each and every one of us, not only from the academic perspective, but ये भी तो कहा जाता है कि हर एक व्यक्ति अपने आप में एक फिलोसोफर हो जाता है. तो फिर आप उसके साथ भी कैसे अलाइन कर सकते हैं, उसके बारे में भी सोचने की आवश्यकता है. Now, coming to the first aspect, and that is fear. So we find that fear is the foundation. And this fear as a foundation, we can associate it with dogma. It can be associated with duality. It can also be called the anxiety of construction. Now, what happens when there is fear? Fear restricts freedom. मुझे कहीं जाना है, मुझे डर है, मैं नहीं जा सकती हूँ क्योंकि मैं डर रही हूँ. तो fear जो है वो freedom को restrict करता है. It generates inner turmoil. And IKS के अंदर अगर हम इसको देखें तो फिर हम बृहदारण्यक के उपनिषद में देखते हैं कि it declares and it says that द्वितीयवादे भयम भवति. Fear arises from duality. So ये जो fear duality से arise होता है, इसको अभी separate करने की आवश्यकता हो जाती है. It's essential that there has to be a separation of it. Now ये जो separation है, जब हम इसके separation के बारे में बात करते हैं, so whether it is metaphysical or it is social, we find that it gives rise to anxiety. इसी तरीके से पतंजलि योग सूत्र, to be very precise 2.9, it identifies abhinivesha, that is fear of instability, as a universal affliction, and says that this abhinivesha which is there, it is there even among the wise. So fear जो है, it is not something which is limited only to the commoners, but even those wise people who are there, they also have the fear of instability. इसी तरीके से अगर हम महाभारत में शांति पर्व की तरफ ध्यान दें, तो शांति पर्व में भी ये कहा गया है कि अभय जो है, लाइक वन हैज टू बी फियरलेस. एंड व्हेन कैन वन बी फियरलेस? व्हेन वन हैज एथिकल clarity. But this is very essential. Like, there are many questions about anxiety. And I was really amazed with the number of questions that had come up. And I was trying to understand that can we really answer these questions? And in what way can we talk about it? So this anxiety, which is rooted in fear, it can be, as my earlier speakers have spoken about, it can be addressed through Adhyatma Vidya, that is self-knowledge. And for this, one has to ground oneself in something deeper than external pressures. Now, what is this something deeper? So it's like, we can talk about micro practice of awareness, like taking momentary pauses, breathing, reflective noticing. So this micro practices which are there, that helps us in dissolving unconscious fear loops. I have a very simple example. Like when I'm not a part of Gen Z, but then okay, I'm also one of the person who suffers from it, and that is to take care of keep looking into my cell phone at all points of time. Now, when I look into my cell phone, so it's like I'm getting attracted to my cell phone, and then there's always an anxiety, और there's always something to know about it. तो अगर व्हाट्सएप का मैसेज आ जाता है तो क्या है मैसेज, वो देखने की आवश्यकता रहती है. तो many a times this contemporary anxiety about the people around us is into various levels. As I mentioned, it can be financial, it can be social, it can also be how I'm getting influenced by the influencers. It can also be that what kind of a social life I would like to have. So will this micro practice of awareness help me to overcome the anxiety that I am facing on a moment to moment basis? Will it be possible for me to just breathe in for 10 seconds and let go of that thought of picking up my cell phone and checking into it that was there for me? Which kind of an email has come to me? Or can I really get myself separated from it? So these are the very minute and very basic questions, but then one has to give a thought to it. Now, will these insights allow the individual to loosen the psychological grip of fear-based conditioning, including compulsive digital behaviors, or as we call it as fear of missing out, that is FOMO? Will it help us in that way? So what is to be done? Can we say that the present-centered awareness can be posed as remedy? Like when we talk about anxiety, who other than Arjun is the biggest representation of anxiety, who on the battlefield could not lift up the arms and he had a breakdown at that point of time? And who other than Sri Krishna, who came forward and who helped him navigate the anxious situation? So when we talk about the Bhagavad Gita, we find that it teaches action without fixation on outcomes. So कर्म योग के बारे में बात की जाती है. बुद्धिस्ट निकायस और जातक कथाएं जो है वो एम्फेसाइज करती है कि किस तरीके से माइंडफुलनेस जो है वो हम लोगों को अवेयरनेस क्रिएट कर सकता है, वो हमें बता सकता है, एंड हाउ इट कैन बी अ सेंट्रल टू मेंटल वेलबींग. इसी तरीके से अद्वैत वेदांत जो है वो भी एक डिस्टिंक्शन हमारे सामने प्रेजेंट करता है. एंड अद्वैत वेदांत कहता है कि किस तरीके से हम नित्य और अनित्य के बीच में भेद कर सकते हैं. नित्य is the timeless present and anitya is the imagined future. And then it also emphasizes that how anticipatory thinking which is there, it fuels anxiety. Now, so can we say that mindfulness grounding के बारे में बात कर लीजिए, सिंबॉलिक इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ रिचुअल्स के बारे में कह लीजिए, या फिर IKS कंपैटिबल माइक्रो साधना. अब मैं माइक्रो इसलिए इस्तेमाल कर रही हूँ, ये शब्द का प्रयोग कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि सब जगह कहा जा रहा है कि हमारा जो कंसंट्रेशन लेवल है भी वो भी काफी कम हो चुका है. So now we have to talk in the language of Gen Z, or we have to also make them understand. We have to understand ourselves in comparison to them. And maybe we are talking about the future. And when we are talking about the present generation, So we have to understand that what is it that can really help them be less of an anxious person. If we ask them to sit in meditation for 10 minutes, I'm sure that many of them will find it very, very difficult, even at the initial stage, to sit for 10 minutes. Can we ask them just to breathe in and breathe out for some microseconds and then do the micro sadhana? Will that really help them? Because my concern here is not only to look at anxiety and IKS, look at anxiety from the IKS perspective. My concern here is that how we are going to reach out to the people outside of philosophy through Philosophy Café, through therapeutic philosophy, and deal with their day-to-day questions. So this reframing, which is essential, it can turn spirituality into a tool for psychological wellness rather than as an obligation. Now, similarly, when we talk about it, we find that the society, now, what are the reasons for anxiety? We find that there are various layers to it, as I have mentioned. So there are dogmatic identities are there. Now, these dogmatic identities again create separation and conflict, which further gives rise to social and relational anxieties. So in IKS, we have, as I mentioned, that जब हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो जब इस फिलॉसफी के बारे में बात की जाती है, एंड इट इज नॉट ओनली इन restricted to the understanding in the Upanishad, but then it is something that envisions humanity as one family. And it is also looked upon as an antidote to identity-based fragmentation. So an individual who is having an anxiety because of the separations that are there, the dogmatic identity separations that are there, can this be looked upon? Can IKS के माध्यम से क्या हम ये उपनिषद को देख सकते हैं? या फिर जब हम जैन अनेकांतवाद के बारे में बात करते हैं, जहां पर की प्लुरलिटी ऑफ ट्रुथ्स के बारे में बात की जाती है, एंड वेयर reducing, can that be used as a tool for reducing anxiety from defending rigid identities? Can we think about it from that particular perspective? Can dialogue be used in lowering interpersonal anxiety? And can we shift from being defensive to mutual understanding? Can dialogue as a tool be used as far as anxiety is concerned? Can relational identity models be used as a tool? Like when we talk about the Sankhya, Buddhism, Vedanta, जहां पर कि ये emphasize किया जाता है कि one has to dissolve the ego, reduce social, and then can this be used to reduce social insecurity, loneliness, that again is a product of anxiety? Is it possible for us to look at collective healing practices, that is satsang, community dialogue, reflective conversations that might help us in mitigating anxieties that arises from societal polarization? Is it possible to make use of any of this tool, any of this model, or all of these models as far as therapeutic philosophy is concerned, in order to navigate the identity tensions without internalizing them as personal psychological burdens? So this is a question that I have. Now, when I talk about it, and when we look at it, how it can be integrated into an IKS-based anxiety framework, I find that the philosophical foundation, I'm concentrating only on the philosophical foundation. So I find that the Upanishads, the Yoga, Buddhism, Vedanta, Jainism, Mahabharata, Dharma Shastras, all of this become the source through which we can have an anxiety-based framework as far as IKS is concerned. Now, here I would like to draw attention to one more aspect, and that is IKS and behavioral sciences, they agree on one particular aspect, and that particular aspect is the mechanism of habit. So what is this mechanism of habit? So we talk about the sanskara. Sanskaras lead to vasana. Vasanas lead to habit. Now this can be in parallel, we can talk about it, that there is a cue, there is a craving, the craving needs a response, and the response requires a reward. So when we have this analysis of it and we try to compare it, we find that if we want to have anxiety reducing habits, we have to reshape the cycle, not fight it. Now, what is this reshaping the cycle and not fighting it? So, samskara, which is there, is looked as the seed, vasana is the tendency, and habit as an expressed behavior. This, in a way, we can talk it out, we can label it as inside out model. Now, this inside out model, which is there, it talks about our deep inner impressions. Now, whereas when we talk about the behavioral sciences, they talk about it as a habit loop. And what is this habit loop? So it says that there is a cue, there is a trigger that initiates a behavior. And then that behavior, प्रशांत जी said कि मीठा सभी को पसंद है. अब ये मेरे लिए ट्रिगर बन सकता है. और ट्रिगर इस तरीके से हो सकता है कि कोई मीठे के बारे में अगर चर्चा भी करे तो मेरा सबसे पहला रिएक्शन ये रहेगा कि वो मीठा नाम सुनकर देयर इज अ क्रेविंग इन मी. क्रेविंग के बाद वो रिस्पॉन्स ये रहेगा कि किचन में जाकर जो भी कुछ मीठा मैंने रखा हुआ है घर में उसको लेकर मैं खा लूं. लेकिन सो there is a kind of a behavior, there is a kind of a cue, there is a kind of a craving, and there is a kind of a response that is there. And modern psychology जो है ये इसको कहता है कि dopamine driven anticipatory desire. I was trying to understand that how I can talk to my family at home, my children at home कि सेल फोन को कम इस्तेमाल किया जाए. तो उसमें एक सोल्यूशन उन्हें ये दिया था कि आप अपने जो स्क्रीन्स हैं, आपका जो सेलफोन्स की स्क्रीन्स है वो कलर्ड स्क्रीन्स हैं. तो देर इज अ सेटिंग where you can make it into a gray screen, black and white. तो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन अगर आप कर लेते हैं तो फिर आपका सेलफोन का यूसेज कम क्यों हो सकता है? क्योंकि कलर्ड स्क्रीन जो है वो आपको डोपामाइन आपका एनहांस कर देता है, एंटिसिपेट करवा देता है. तो अगर वो एंटिसिपेट करता है तो यू गेट व्हेन यू सी थिंग्स इन कलर, you see the reels in color, you see the images in color, naturally your mind which is there that gets afflicted with it. But suppose if it's in black and white, the mind which is there will not really run towards it, and in a way it will be possible for us to restrict our use of cell phone. Of course उसके अंदर और भी बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स हैं जिसके बारे में अभी यहाँ पर इट्स डिफिकल्ट फॉर मी टू मेक अ टॉक डिस्कस इट. बट देन आई फाउंड दैट इज वन सॉल्यूशन इन रिड्यूसिंग cell phone dependency. Now, when I talk about this particular aspect, there's also one more aspect that I would like to talk about, and that is what are the tools that are available for average person. So एज आई सेड कि सेलफोन के बारे में ही मैं बात करूंगी क्योंकि आजकल तो ये हम सभी का लाइफ को काफी डोमिनेट कर रहा है. तो इज इट पॉसिबल फॉर मी टू रीडिजाइन द एनवायरनमेंट? Okay, now what is it? Environment redesign doesn't have to change the interior of my house. It is my own internal environment that I have to understand. Can I keep phone away for a certain period of time? I start with 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, slowly and steadily. And then can I, so when the cell phone is away, so the visual triggers which are there, that too will be away. Or is it possible for me that I do some replacement actions? So when I'm having cell phone in my hand, there are no other actions that are taking place. Is it possible for me to do stretching, to do deep breathing, to do a write a bit of a journaling or mindful sipping of water? Is it possible that I can make it as a part of my habit, that is regularity without rigidity? Is it possible for me to have a pet with me? So I have a pet around me. So will that pet help me to reduce my cell phone dependency? And again, at the same time, do we also talk about micro awareness, that is short reflective pauses that interrupt old patterns? So this is the tools which I want to discuss about the average person. Now, these practices I feel can also help in various other circumstances, in various other situations. For example, it can deal with financial anxiety, or it can deal with job uncertainty, health anxiety, relationship anxiety. And at the same time, I also want to bring one more element into it. And that is, can we look at humor as a legitimate spiritual and psychological tool? If we incorporate humor into our daily life, not as a dogma, but as a practice, can we look at it as one comprehensive pathway for healing the anxious mind? And this is the other part of my talk. I will try to complete it as soon as possible. So humor has a very important role to play, and in Indian knowledge system, we find that, and that's why I said that I had to really give a thought to what I'm going to talk, because I had to really bring about a turn in whatever I have learned up till now, and try to understand that can IKS employ humor, gentle, wise, self-revealing, as a recognized psychological resource. Now, humor is not to be looked upon here as an escapism, but it is to be looked upon as a method of releasing mental rigidity. That is one of the roots of anxiety. Now, what is this humor called in Indian knowledge system? It is known as laghuta. So anxiety that arises from the contraction of the mind, fear of outcomes, rigid morality, obsessive self-monitoring. And here we find that Indian traditions that is there, it consistently upholds laghuta, that is lightness, as essential to mental balance. Patanjali notes in Yoga Sutra 2.41 that clarity of mind yields somanasya, that is cheerfulness, which traditional commentators interpret as light, playful, unburdened mind. इसी तरीके से अगर हम आयुर्वेद को देखेंगे तो आयुर्वेद के अंदर में भी, और साथ ही साथ जब हम चरक संहिता के बारे में बात करते हैं तो चरक संहिता के अंदर 7.31 it lists हास्य as a sign of mental equilibrium and a natural antidote to Vata, the dosh that is associated with fear, restlessness, and worry. So what is the significance of it? That is, fear constricts, humor expands. Humor therefore supports the unshackled spirit. Now humor जब हम लोग IKS के अंदर यूज करते हैं तो यहाँ पर we find that humor is used to expose illusions, the very illusions that generate anxiety. It reveals us how we are trapped by mistaken perceptions. So Upanishads और वेद में हम लोग देखते हैं Vedantic place में we look at Vedanta which is there. It frequently presents the world as Leela, a cosmic play. Shankara, commenting on the Taittiriya Upanishad, uses metaphor that border on the humorous to remind seeker that ultimate reality is untouched by anxieties that trouble embodied beings. We have the rope snake analogy, we have the dream analogy, we have the sun and muddy water analogy. Similarly, we find that in the Mandukya Karika also, there is Gaudpada, Gaudpada who is there, he compares human fears to children frightened by their own shadow. So this gentle satire which is there, can it dissolve existential anxiety by exposing the mind's self-created terrors? Is it possible for us to look at it from that perspective? या फिर जिस तरीके से हम बुद्धिज्म के अंदर देखते हैं, the Buddhist canon repeatedly uses humor to expose irrational fears. For example, the Jataka Katha jo hai, the moon in the well, where we find that the animals panic, believing that the moon has fallen into the well. The Bodhisattva laughs, not mockingly, but compassionately, and demonstrates their mistake. So this mirrors modern cognitive therapy. When we talk about these stories, that how anxiety often arises from misinterpreted cues, and humor which is there that restores the perspective. इसी तरीके से we also talk about one more story, the ghost fearing monk. So there is a monk who fears the ghost. The Buddha who is there, he humorously points out that the ghost is the mind projection. The humor is gentle but effective. It breaks the cycle of fear. Similarly, we find that the Panchatantra which is there, the Hitopadesh which is there, Tenali Rama is there, Birbal stories which are there, they use wit to reduce societal anxiety that are associated with paranoia or identity rigidity or political fear. Panchatantra का एक example मैं यहाँ पर देना चाहती हूँ, that is the fear of the drum. So we find that the animals who are there, they hear a mysterious noise and they panic. But then there's a jackal. and he is very clever. He discovers that it is just an empty drum struck by the wind. Now, when he brings it to the notice of everyone in the jungle, everyone's anxiety dissolves and everyone laughs at it. Now, what is it? This humor which is there, it punctures the exaggerated fear and restores grounded judgment. Humor we also find in various traditions. For example, we talk about Krishna stealing butter. तो यहाँ पर भी एक particular aspect आ जाता है. So Krishna's playful act which is there, it reminds the devotees that the divine is not a source of fear, but joy. The theology of Bala Leela which is there, it presents humor as a legitimate spiritual mood that is हास्य भाव. कबीर खुद भी बहुत सारे पैराडॉक्सेस एंड विट्स का उन्होंने प्रयोग किया है to expose many things that are there in the society. And so we find that these themes, like, when we talk about humor in bhakti traditions ke bare mein bhi, we find that it directly addresses the questions of static, fear-based religion, and then how, there is anxiety that is produced, and how humor that is there, it breaks the spell. Now, to talk about it, we find that dogmas which are there, they create psychological rigidity. Humor which is there, it reintroduces anekantavada, that is multiple perspectives, reducing anxiety born out of absolutism. For example, here again we can take that of the Jaina story, and that is the blind man and the elephant. So this particular story which is there, if we look at it from the perspective of humor, from the perspective of reducing the anxiety, we find that is gentle humor highlights the absurdity of clinging to one's limited viewpoint. And what is the outcome of it? That is, there is a reduced identity anxiety, and it helps us in having an openness as far as communication is concerned. Now, why is it that humor reduces anxiety? Or is it the case that humor actually reduces anxiety? So how do we look at it from the Indian knowledge system perspective? What is the explanation that can be given for it? So we find that across various knowledge traditions of India, that is the IKS, humor which is there, it helps us in breaking the rigid samskaras. It also helps us in loosening the anxious attachment to outcomes. It introduces mental spaciousness, that is, there's an openness to the mind that is there. It lightens the ego, which is often the root of fear. It also rebalances vad and stabilizes pran. It restores sattva, that is clarity, peace, and flexibility. And I can say that humor which is there, it is not peripheral to IKS, it is integral to emotional resilience. So, we make things very serious for ourselves. And we feel that being serious will help us in getting many of our issues resolved. But our own knowledge system has emphasized, has spoken about various ways in which through looking at the same situation from a different perspective, we can not only lighten the problem, we can also seek the solution to the problem that is there. I will just, I know that, yes, I have completed my time, so just one or two stories, and then I will I'll come to the end of my talk. So we can talk about the story, from the Panchatantra, and that is the donkey who tried to sing. And so we are aware that there is a donkey who attempts to sing like a lion in order to impress others. However, what happens? We know how the donkey breathes and how the lion roars. And so instead of impressing others, he terrifies them and he gets into trouble. So here the answer is, or rather the takeaway message is that anxiety takes place when we try to be someone that we are not. In the world of influencers, in the world of all the noise and the chaos that is there in the world of social media, I find that there are many a times people who try to impress others where they are not. This particular story from the Panchatantra can help us to interact with our students, to help us to interact with the seekers, help us in counseling also, and at various other platforms as to how we can learn that if we are trying to impress someone else, it is only going to result in anxiety and nothing else. इसी तरीके से we talk about one more story, and that is the monkey and the peace. It is a Jataka Katha, and it is like, the theme of the anxiety is fear of losing small things. So there's a monkey who is carrying a handful of peas. He drops one pea. Now, panicking, he throws all the peas away, searching for the lost one. Now, what is it? That is anxiety which is there. It exaggerates minor loss. So, एक छोटी सी चीज गुम हो जाती है, लेकिन हम उसको बहुत बड़ा चढ़ाकर राय का पहाड़ बना देते हैं. तो humor which is there in this particular story, it shows the irrationality of giving up everything for one tiny fear. So we all have, like, the fears that are there within our minds. हम सबके मन में बहुत सारा कुछ करने का संकल्प रहता है, लेकिन हम वो करने से कतराते हैं क्योंकि हमारे मन में डर भी है और एंशियसनेस भी है, एंड इस वजह से हम कुछ भी नहीं कर पाते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये वाली जब मैं कहानी को पढ़ रही थी तो आई माई सेल्फ एम गेटिंग मोटिवेटेड बाय दिस स्टोरी, बिकॉज देयर आर सो मच दैट वी हैव टू डू एंड we restrain ourselves because of the results and the outcomes of it. So humor can be used as a therapeutic principle in IKS. And in conclusion, I can say that humor in IKS is not trivial. It is a profound philosophical method for dissolving worry, easing fear, breaking rigid dogmas. It resonates powerfully with the theme that the spirit, in order to become unshackled, humor can be used to loosen its grip by exposing cognitive distortions, lightening the mind, and returning us to the present moment. Humor becomes a subtle but potent tool for reducing anxiety, whether it is existential, social, or everyday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And whenever I heard you, ma'am, it is so mesmerizing, and you put all the points in one framework like today. And thank you so much. I would like
Thank
to
Thank you very
thank you, ma'am.
much.
I would like to invite Prashant sir for a question, as talk is open for discussion now.
Can I leave and again join? No, wait a minute. कुछ तो भी ना
Yeah.
गड़बड़ हो. नहीं, but then ठीक है, आप शुरू रखिए, मैं सुन तो सकती हूँ, बोल भी सकती हूँ.
We are audible, ma'am?
Yeah,
Huh?
you are on. Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A brilliantly represented topic, ma'am. It was mesmerizing.
Thank you.
Ma'am, there is only one, I think, a word of caution. Humor is, of course, a wonderful sort of therapy, but then it's a double-edged sword. So how can a counselor presume whether the client will be comfortable or to what extent the client will be comfortable with the joke? Let me cite a small example. कल मैं बिग बॉस देख रहा था, although I'm ashamed, but let's admit. उसमें क्या हुआ कि एक टैरो कार्ड,
You should watch it so that we know what everyone is watching. And उसमें कितना बड़ा philosophy रहता है.
So there was a tarot card reader there, and then there's a participant who is a professional magician. तो वो टैरो कार्ड्स रीडर से पहले पूछता है कि कैन आई बिकम अ सक्सेसफुल एक्टर. Tarot card reader, that lady gave a beautiful response, which I believe it's a sort of counseling. She said neither yes nor no. She rather said, ki, would you like to become a very successful magician, which you are, or you want to become an average actor? So the participant became so much, feeling glorified or satisfied. No, I'm satisfied with becoming a successful musician. So that's a wonderful way in which a counselor can tackle with the problem or the anxiety of the client. She spoke with a very humorous tone, and it was well received by the client. But what if somebody takes it as an offense or is uncomfortable with the humor tone coming from the counselor. So what is the line where we should stop as a counselor?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the word of caution too. I would rather state here that the counselor and the counselee, they take time to build up a relationship. And this relationship gets built up over the sessions of counseling, depending upon the kind of the problem or the kind of the situation that the person is facing. Now, this gives us an idea as to in what and which way the counselor can approach the counselee. And that will help me to decide that whether I can use humor as a method, as a tool for counseling or not. If I understand that this person is hard on something and is unable to understand, take the joke, then another methodology, another method, another tool will be employed by me in order to address the same problem, in order to address the same situation. So that is the wisdom of the counselor. And it is only through practice, it is only through dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, understanding human nature, understanding that from what background the person comes, and that lightening of the situation that takes place, that will help us. Like within the classroom also, every time when we go to the class, we gauge the situation and we understand the situation. There are certain students I can be very very हाँ क्या क्या चल रहा है तुम्हारा, and then there are certain students की अच्छा क्या है.
I think ma'am is disconnected. Hello, ma'am.
हाँ कभी नहीं, आज हमारे घर की लाइट चली गई है, हमारे यहाँ की लाइट चली गई है. Okay, so now I have am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but your video is
because
stopped.
हाँ नहीं, वो वीडियो स्टॉप नहीं है. आई एम इन डार्कनेस राइट नाउ. एज आई
Okay.
मेंशन दैट द करंट ऑफ आवर रेसिडेंस इज नॉट देयर. कभी नहीं, आज वो ऐसा हुआ है. तो चलिए. So yeah, so as I mentioned that within the class also we gauge the situation and then accordingly we interact with the students. So this is exactly we have to do as a counselor. Is the answer okay for you, Prashant ji?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
May I
Thank you.
ask a question,
Yes, sir.
Shipra ji?
Alok
Yes,
ji,
sir. Yes,
namaste.
sir.
नमस्ते नमस्ते। नमिता जी शिकायत करेंगे कि सवाल नहीं किया, तो मैंने कहा सवाल तो करी दो।
मैं आपको खुद ही
बिल्कुल
बुला
बिल्कुल
लेती कि मैम का
तो
टॉक है
बहुत
तो आप कर लीजिए. जी.
जी.
मैं एक्चुअली मालूम है शिप्रा को, मैं ट्रेन में हूँ तो बार बार कनेक्शन आ रहा है जा रहा है, तो हम ठीक से सुन नहीं पाए हैं। बट द थिंग इज
जी जी.
व्हेन यू से दैट ह्यूमर कैन बी a part of counseling, leave counseling. If I say that opening oneself to a friend, disclosing one's grievances, tensions, anxieties. Another is going for a hobby, football, sports, and all that. So there are many things like that which can be taken as part of entertainment, relaxation, hobby, but they can give some sort of you can say some relaxation, some dip in the anxiety for the time being. You just forget about that for some, but that is not the resolution of it. I think this part is how the fellow and the whole idea of anxiety through some sort of real self, Vedantic self is also an illusion, I think. Because when you go deeper into yourself, you just either get conflicting voices or void or something like that. There is no what we call that universal soul is visible. So the problem remains. I agree with you that this taking this to the common man, reducing his anxieties. But the thing is, common man is perturbed because of his own socioeconomic conditions, and those conditions create lot of anxiety. And we about existing condition. Just see, if my beloved ditches me and goes away, then if somebody talks about a humorous way about that will be rather hurtful and offensive to me. So I think this whole business of philosophical counseling is rather very conservative. It simply tries to make you adjust to the situation. It does not give you any solution or any insight to deal with it. Okay, your response, please. Thank you.
Okay. Alok ji, you don't have one question, you have many questions, first and foremost. And then I'll try to see that whether I
You
can
you
answer one question. हाँ,
you
बोलिए,
can answer
बोलिए.
whatever you.
Okay. No, I'll try to understand your question and then at the same time try to address it also. And the thing is that, first of all, the major issue that we have is that the common person has lot many problems. And that is been like, as you mentioned it. Now, these are the problems as one lives in an institution. These are the institutional grievances, institutional problems for which, for example, unemployment, I and you, it's very difficult for us to generate employment for them, or the family issues. But at the same time, is it really very difficult for us to lend a ear to the other person, listen to the grievances, and in a lighter vein try to make the person understand or the misapprehension that the person has? So, can philosophical counseling or therapeutic philosophy not help in making the person see the other side of the spectrum? Is that not possible? So that is my one take on it. Secondly, when we say that we talk about humor, and we say that initially when you spoke about it, it is that there is a difference.
Ma'am, your video has stopped. Hello?
No, I can see it facing some internet issue there. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
There
So
is
we
not
can
enough
wind up
anxiety.
this session. Yeah.
I just said that
Yeah.
there has to be some anxiety in this sessions. Internet is creating the anxiety, and then we don't have any solutions.
So we can move ahead. And
Yeah.
now,
Yes.
yes, sir. I would like to hand over the next session to Dr. Alok to moderate the panel discussion. It was wonderful session. All of our speakers are wonderful, and uh, they create spaces of peace within ourselves and in the world around us by
Yes.
their lectures. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I was mentioning, that humor is not to be used in a slapstick comedy way. It is to be used from a very different perspective. And that is where I had given the examples that when one perceives something which is inexplainable, one is rigid to to a particular viewpoint, or when one assumes fears which are not rooted in reality, that is where we are making use of wisdom from the ancient Indian knowledge system and trying to bring it to the attention of the seeker or to the person that this is how we have to address the fears. So, to address the fears, we are using humor as one of the methodology, and it's not cheap humor that we are talking about. It's something that is has that one has to really work on it. One has to really sharpen this as a tool and then bring it to use as far as the counseling is concerned.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
You were disconnected in the mid of your discussion. So
And we were
thank you so
anxious.
much.
No, please tell
Yeah.
that we were very anxious.
No,
Anxious.
as I may.
We were
You need
anxiously
not be
waiting for her to
anxious.
get connected.
There's no need to
So,
be anxious. I'm back.
Yeah, that gave us some peace because you came back.
Yes.
yes.
So this was a practical demonstration. I think Namitaji tried to do it intentionally.
Unintentionally.
I too could not listen to have an answer. So I missed that. No
I
connectivity
will.
in my train.
मैं आपको
Oh,
I
फोन
will
पर
so
talk
बात
to
there
you.
is anxiety there as well.
Okay, later.
Yes.
मैं आपको फोन करके आपसे बात कर लूंगी आलोक जी हम लोग बात कर लेंगे बाद में चर्चा कर लेंगे
Yes,
आलोक
sir.
जी के एंजाइटी का भी सोल्यूशन दे दिया नामिता जी ने फोन
सर सारे सॉल्यूशंस है हमारे पास सर
जी मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी इज सोल्यूशन
यस
We'll move ahead. And now, please, Dr. Alok, please hand over the stage and start the panel discussion.
थैंक यू
Thank
सो
you,
वेरी
Dr.
मच
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Dr. Sipra. Now we are moving ahead for the second session. This is the panel discussion, and let me share the screen. Okay. So, in this session, we have Chair Professor Balram Singh sir here, who is going to chair this session, and he is sitting on sofa and going to chair this session. Professor Balram Singh sir is President of Institute of Advanced Sciences, Dartmouth, UMass, USA. He has been professor of chemistry, biochemistry, biology, and the founding director of Center for Indic Study, UMass, Dartmouth, director of Barcelona Research Center. He writes on value of ancient Indian tradition for modern times. His research include Ayurvedic science and technology, yoga and consciousness, Vedic education pedagogy, and the Vedic social and political tradition. He is also the member of board Waves USA and editor-in-chief Waves blog. And the panelist for this session is, the first one is Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, who is dedicated Ayurveda Vaid with an MD and PhD in Panchakarma from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, India, specializing in Panchakarma. Dr. Sharma had treated numerous patients with metabiotic and lifestyle disorder, integrating yoga meditation into the holistic practice with clinical experience of 18 years. She serves as the faculty and the director of clinical training for the MS in Mahasi Ayurveda and integrative medicine and Ayurveda consultant in Mahasi International University, Iowa. And the other panelist, Aparna Sharma ji. She is the mental health educator and the founder of Anantam Mind Studio. She combines the modern psychology with Vedic wisdom to build the emotional strength and overall well-being. With more than 25 years of experience, she works with students, companies, and the community. Her key areas are mind-body balance, traditional healing method, and the mental health awareness. She also teaches IKS as a guest faculty and continuous therapy practices. And the third panelist, Dr. Rachel Nikita Sarma. She is an international yoga consultant and the Bhagavad Gita expert. She is an assistant professor of yogic science at MIT World Peace University, Pune. She holds a PhD in yoga and philosophical counseling based on Bhagavad Gita. She has also conducted wellness program for companies like JP Morgan, Samsung, Citibank, and Barclays. So the topic of this session is anxiety management through holistic approach. I request Professor Singh to chair the session with our panelists. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Alok. I'm like you said, I'm sofing. I'm sitting on sofa rather than chair. In Greek, the word chair comes from cathedra, There is a word cathedra. I just looked up on AI, by the way, and which means bench, seat, or throne. So since I'm the chair, I can decide myself to be sitting on the throne. And this discussion is three of you. I mean, I see only two, right? What is the third one? Oh, there she is. So, so I'm sitting on the throne, but the session is really yours, and you can speak on the anxiety, the holistic. I'm not sure if anxiety can be non-holistic. Anxiety has to be holistic, but nevertheless, I mean, your approach is more non-medical, I'm assuming, approach to the anxiety, and we begin with Vaidya Sangeeta Sharma.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, everyone. I joined when Namitaji was giving a talk, and it was very interesting to see other side of the coin. Being a medical professional, we all talk in terms of big scientific terms. And the other way, when she was presenting anxiety, it was really interesting to look at that side of the coin. I have some slides to share with. Very simple draft of just starting with our topic, and then we'll dive into the discussion. Oh.
While we are waiting for the slides, we see Prasant Sukla appearing twice.
I hope you can see my slide.
Yes.
So we'll start. This is very well known, right? We know the symptoms of anxiety experienced by Arjuna. Even the previous speaker was talking about it, and very well explained. I remember I was in a CME, a workshop in my university campus. I just finished my PhD, and it was a CME on mental health. And one of our gurus, he started the talk with this, and I was so mesmerized the way he explained anxiety and depression, starting with Bhagavad Gita. And I always hold that, like, wow, how can he just, connect the leads and very scientifically draw us into the attention of, see, there was a, universal guru, and he knew how to handle the anxiety of Arjuna. So there he talks about these symptoms like Sidanti mama gatrani mukham cha parishushati vepatuscha sharire me romaharshascha jayate gandivam tramste hastatvaikcha paridahyate na cha shaknom abhyavastu brahmativa cha me manaha. So like the how way he says that, see, my complete body is trembling, I'm shivering, there's dryness in my mouth, there is horripilation, and I'm dropping my bow, and I'm not able to do or figure out anything. I think I have to leave the field. This is how we usually feel at or the person who suffers with anxiety are the symptoms which he usually feels. I'll also start with Charaka's quote. He says, all the mental health issues or any psychological turmoil, it happens with only, he just puts one statement. He says, ishtasya alabhat, anishtasya labhat. And he says this is the cause for all the mental health issues or whatever a person goes through as in psychological turmoil or any, whatever name we want to give it to it. And this will draw everything in it that, okay, if a person is getting what he doesn't want or she doesn't want, or if a person is not getting what he or she wants, and that leads into all the psychological issues or whatever. So our topic today is anxiety, where this I just picked up from the backgrounds of scientific background, where they say that definition of anxiety is it's defined as a natural response to stress marked by feelings of fear, worry, and unease that can affect both mental and physical health. And that's very true. If it is something which is, in a daily means we all go through bouts of anxiety as and when. it appears. But if it becomes chronic, then it becomes a disease. It gets established. And then it becomes a problem. And it significantly, when it starts impairing the daily functioning and overall well-being of the individual, which, it will land up into, the person may land up into physical symptoms, panic attacks, where will present with rapid heartbeat and sweating and emotional signs. And that would also, lead into behavioral patterns. So then it becomes a problem, and how it to be addressed is a thing. These are some of the types which have been mentioned in the modern parameters of anxiety, and many more. There's a big list of, just, again, it is divide and redivided depending upon what situation the person is handling and how the person is reacting or responding to that particular situation. So they say generalized anxiety disorder, something which is a persistent excessive worry in a person in different aspects of life, and it is lasting. And if it is uncontrolled, is lasting for a longer duration, then it is established as a disorder. Panic disorders, it is again, it's something which is recurrent, unexpected attacks, intense fear accompanied by physical symptoms, where client can experience chest pain, rapid heartbeat, shortness of breath. Some people experience social anxiety disorder, where social situations create concern, or there can be anxiety related to the place or situations where they don't want to stay there and they want to leave that place, or overcrowded places or public transport places or anything. Specific phobias are there. So phobia of height, phobia of flying, many more, as he also examples spiders. Separation anxiety disorder, excessive fear or distress about being separated from the attachment. And this definitely we all experience if we, lose our loved ones. And so on and so forth. There are many types of anxiety disorders. I will just touch base very, very, because I have been listening that anxiety is something which has to be dealt from outside. But the thing is, how Ayurveda looks into it is there are different contexts where different acharyas talk about anxiety using different terminologies. Acharya Charaka mentions it as chittodvega. He says excited state of mind. And it's a manovikara. And he mentions it's characterized by worry, fear, instability, palpitations, and insomnia. This is what he has explained as symptoms mentioned there. Again, if we look into a broader aspect, we say excessive aggravation of vata or vata imbalance in the body due to any lifestyle or food or diet or behavioral patterns which increase vata or which aggravate vata or which vitiate vata can cause these kind of symptoms or anxiety. Even depletion of ojas in an individual will lead to anxiety. Even more subtler way, if we will go, a person's agni, if it gets impaired with accumulation of ama or toxins in the body, here the topic or the concept of gut brain axis comes, which is a hype, which is well known discussion now all the mental health experts from all the sides of even the conventional medicine, Ayurveda, or any branches, they are looking into this aspect very keenly and very closely, that there's not something which is just generating into the mind, but definitely it arises from the gut. And the concept of gut-brain axis is becoming so much established that yes, the required neurotransmitters or the enzymes like serotonin and dopamine are actually more released in the gut. So that means what we eat is what we become. So then the concept of agni, concept of accumulation of ama gets established very well. And when Acharya Charaka was talking about psychiatric issues, he starts with management of agni. He says that, see, a client is coming to you having these many symptoms, but you need to go back and understand what is the condition of the gut of that individual and how we can help. And it's a detailed management approach. Now, this is a very interesting article I found yesterday, and where the author is trying to connect the Ayurvedic causative factors which we just discussed with the modern biomarkers, And it's a very detailed article. I would definitely request you all to have a look at it. I have mentioned the name of the article. So it says Vata imbalance, which we can correspond it to the reduced heart variability and autonomic dysregulation in the body. Ama, the toxins, can be connected to the elevated inflammatory markers. It can be CRP, it can be interleukin 6. OJ's depletion parallels to the reduced brain-derived neurotropic factors and dysregulated cortisol levels. Manasika lakshanas, whichever symptoms we were discussing about chittodvega, they can be correlated with neuroimaging findings of amygdala hyperactivity, which leads to all these issues, and prefrontal hypoactivity, which we need that the prefrontal area has to be more active so that it can take care of that background noise. What is the holistic management? So Ayurveda, when we talk about management in Ayurveda, overall, Acharya always talks about 3 ways. And he starts with Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, then he says Yukti Vyapashraya Chikitsa and Satvavajaya Chikitsa. And everything, whatever we will discuss or we have discussed, comes and can be embedded into these 3 topics. So very detailed description of Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa is mentioned in the text, that different kinds of mantras, japas, bali, homas, upavasas, and different, even he mentions about visiting certain holy places, wearing of certain gems and amulets. So there is a very detailed description is given that how this particular chikitsa modality or treatment modality can be used. Then the next is Yukti Vyapashraya, where we are rationally thinking, we are going into the history of the client, taking the complete details and trying to decode what are the problems or the causative factors that client had led into this mental health issue. It can be the diet, it can be the lifestyle, and then the management is done by correcting the causative factors. The first statement of management always in Ayurveda is Nidana Parivarjanameva Chikitsa. So whatever causative factors are there, working on them and try to help the client. And that also includes the diet and lifestyle modifications, certain herbs, and internal and external procedures, which we call Panchakarma, or the purificatory procedures. Satvavajaya Chikitsa, very, very well and deeply explained, and which is actually, I think, the base for management of anxiety, right from the beginning till the end, that the psychotherapy or psychological therapy which we need to do. And Charaka explains in detail different places about the tools and techniques one should follow to help the client. So controlling and withdrawing the mind from unwholesome and harmful objects or negative emotions. It involves developing positive knowledge, wisdom, patience, and memory. So he talks about jnana, vijnana, dhairya, smriti, samadhi, and the detailed how these tools can be used as Satvavajaya Chikitsa. So I'm just putting the pictures that Panchakarma plays very, very important role. This is my specialty. And we see when a client comes to us, how we try to cleanse or take out the accumulated toxins from the body. And once the gut is treated, everything is treated automatically. In Ayurveda, we say the seat of Vata is colon. And if we deal with the management of colon, the other vatas, the pranavayu or vyanavayu, rudanavayu, everything can be managed successfully. So different modalities, we emphasize on reducing the vata. So reducing the vata, the main modality is snehana karma, where we say that oleation therapy, both externally and internally, should be done. So even in the management of psychological issues, Charaka has mentioned, and even the other acharyas has mentioned, different types of medicated ghees to be internally taken and also externally applied. So abhyanga or shiro abhyanga, head massage, foot massage is mentioned, padadhara, shirodharas, any kind of therapies, these therapies which are oleating therapies, externally and internally, helps in managing the vata, the imbalance of vata, which in turn helps in managing the symptoms. Even the arine therapies, the nasya, the installation of medicated oil or ghee through the nasal route, helps in balancing the symptoms. These are 2, I just picked 2. There are many, many researches which have been done on different types of meditative techniques. I live here in Maharishi International University, and every day I see many of the clients getting benefited out of transcendental meditation. There's also a type of meditative technique introduced by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi ji. So these are two studies which have been done, and the other one is a meta-analysis. That means many studies were being done in the past and how they compiled it all together, and they understood that anxiety traits, the better results and best results were observed by TM, by transcendental meditation. This is just a short layout from my side before we start the discussion.
Thank you. I think we have other presentations, or we just now start discussion. Alok, what's the format?
Actually, this was a panel discussion. So 5 minutes to 6 minutes each panelist, they had to tell about the holistic approach for anxiety management. Then it would be open to discussion.
Okay, so Sangeeta ji has taken everybody's 5 minutes. Now see. Okay, well, let's just go to other people don't do the same 5 minutes, because the 5 minutes, if 15 minutes, then we'll be taking everybody's time. So please stick to 5 minutes if it is possible. Aparna ji, the next.
Should I go ahead with the presentation?
Yes, please.
Namaskar to everyone. It was really lovely. I was hearing all of them. Priyanka ji and Namita ji, they were too good. Sangeeta Sharma ji, very nice presentation. And finally, what I'm saying is all the Sharmas are here in the panelist.
Oh. कोई शर्माएगा भी कि सब शर्मा ही रहेंगे?
जी.
It is coincidence.
Today's my topic would be, I'm looking at anxiety in one particular form, or you can say the couple of forms, because anxiety is general term for everything that we feel about, about the emotions. Here I'm talking about from raising children to coping up with the loss. The anxieties I'm almost dealing in my clinic, especially when, the young parents who come to me, and the coping with the loss, the bereavement, and the loss. Initially, I just wanted to talk about the anxiety, as we were all talking about the anxiety. What exactly is anxiety? It is a mind-body alert system, which is biological. It has to happen in the body for us to know what is happening in us. So anxiety activates the body's fight and flight freeze response. Your heart beats faster, breathing becomes shallow, your mind becomes alert, because your system is saying something that is very threatening. I will not take more time. A cognitive reaction. So what is the cognitive reaction which is happening in the mind? That is called cognitive reaction. Anxiety is also a pattern of thoughts, such as what if something goes wrong? When we talk about anxiety, it is always in the future. When we often think about the future concerns, that gives us a lot of anxiety. We become more anxious dealing with it. So I won't be able to handle this. It's something bad that might happen. And in what happens in the emotional experience, that is, when I say this emotional experience, this is a feeling. This is particular feeling that in a situation where we feel about certain things that, we are nervous, restlessness, fear without a clear reason. There is no particular reason, but we are fearful about it. Like, for example, a lot of people, they are very fearful about crossing a road. They have no particular experience of it, but just they hear about a lot of things about crossing a road and they become very fearful about it. There is no clear reason for it. So feeling on edge, difficulty in calming down. And let us also look at the physical sensations, the bodily sensations. It often shows up in the body as racing heart, sweating, trembling, chest tightness, stomach discomfort, shortness of breath, and fatigue and dizziness. Let us also see how we respond, like, the behavior. So anxiety changes how we act, avoiding situations or people, reassurance seeking, overthinking and over preparing, irritability and withdrawal, difficulty concentrating. So now the most of us fall into this category. Most of this generation, they fall into this category because of their behavior responses towards any situation or any person in regard to. So let us also understand the important point here is anxiety becomes a disorder only when if it is persistent. And if it interferes with daily life, and if it feels uncomfortable, it affects work, sleep, relationships, or functioning. Otherwise, it's very natural part of human existence. Anxiety is the mind's way of trying to protect you, but sometimes it becomes overprotective and overwhelming. Understanding anxiety across life stages, which is this, it is very normal response. As you're seeing, anxiety isn't a single event, it is basically something that moves with us across all the life stages, the stages of life. And today that we look at how anxiety arises in two deeply human experiences, that one is raising children, two, the loss of a loved one. Parenting anxiety in joint family system. Here, I'm just putting it as a joint family system, but we see this anxiety in nuclear families mostly, more than a joint families. The multiple opinions, their expectation, their traditions, emotional and decision-making conflicts. There is a pressure to parent correctly in front of elders. So fear of judgment, comparison, and lack of autonomy. Child's well-being in central, which increases a lot of anxiety in the new age parents. Let us see in the coping with the loss, the loss disrupts safety, identity, routine, everything. Anxiety comes from fear of future. As I mentioned, it forms an emptiness, emotional shock. There are physical symptoms, which is restlessness, sleep issues, chest tightness, nightmares. There is a dual process model that's also available, oscillating between grief and daily functioning. And there is a holistic recovery here, which is emotional, rational, and spiritual tools. As we were all talking about the holistic approaches from the different forms, I don't want to touch upon all of these aspects. We know that how yoga and other forms of spiritual tools can really connect with, grief. We all been there, and we have all experienced the grief in our life. So holistic ways to heal anxiety. The key points can be mind-body techniques, which is breath work, grounding, yoga, relaxation. There is an emotional processing. What happens in the loss is there is not enough time given for processing. Everything is so, and you have to get back to your work, your routine, your daily activities. So you're not given enough time to process the grief. Hence, the anxiety and anxiousness, it stays. So it's better that we do a journaling, therapy, or open dialogue whenever we get chance. There is a social support, we can call it. It can be a family conversations, peer circles, community engagements. There is a meaning and purpose of everything, like rituals, prayer, nature, spiritual anchoring. These are all must to transport the emotions, translate the emotions. The self-compassion, reducing perfectionism. The lot of us, we think we should not, because we need to process certain thing immediately and the life moves on. There are certain very magical words, in today's world we use, the life goes on, the life moves on, and we tend to follow that, and then hence, so we fall into the trap of being anxious all the time, and we wanted to suppress and show the people that we are, moving on. We are back to our life. We're just moving on. Life goes on. I have to go. And this happens with all of us. And we have to reduce this perfectionism, allowing ourselves to really feel what it is, what the emotions are. yeah, I just wanted to, finish this with the very reflective statement here. Since I know that there is a discussion which is going to happen based on all of this, I am looking forward to it. And this reflective statement will be the dialogue continues endlessly, until we heal within and transform the social environment around us. This is a time to think, and it's a small steps that how we can change that social fabric so that, slowly it moves upwards, because now we are in the spiraling. So we need to see how this is going into the fundamentals of, upbringing a child, or in the social platforms, or in the social fabric, the family fabric, wherever it is necessary, we need to induce those systems so we can change entire environment around us. So thank you. Sir, I hope I didn't take much time.
You took more than 5 minutes, but that's okay. I think anxiety is an important thing
6
to have.
minutes.
So I'm the one who is having a little bit of anxiety. No, you had 8 minutes. That's okay. I'm keeping track. So, but that's all right. So I think next Sarma, Rachel Sarma, I think we need to today the Sarma session. Yeah, Dr. Rachel Sarma, please. We can see your slides. Unmute yourself, please.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Namaste and good evening to everyone. My name is Dr. Rachel Nikita Sharma, and I would begin by thanking my guide, Dr. Prashant Shukla sir and Shipra ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. So my topic is From Turbulence to Tranquility, Holistic Anxiety Management through Yoga and Philosophical Counseling of the Bhagavad Gita. Now, we'll consider the word anxiety. We all have heard about anxiety in all the speeches till now by very esteemed speakers. Anxiety is basically a worry of an outcome that in all probabilities is not real. This is rampant everywhere, as we all know. But what if to this solution, to this problem, we don't have a malady, to this malady, basically, we don't have a solution that is a modern technology, but an ancient timeless wisdom. So today, in my presentation, I will be taking the ancient wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita, its philosophical counseling, as well as the modern practice, a modern practice, which is philosophical counseling itself, as well as yoga, to help tackle and give a holistic approach to anxiety itself. For the ease of understanding, I have divided my session basically into two parts. Part one is the holistic anxiety management through philosophical counseling, and the second is part two, that is holistic anxiety management through yoga. So the first is holistic anxiety management through philosophical counseling. Now, philosophical counseling is relatively a new term, but before that, we need to understand that whenever we think about our present life, what is it that comes to our mind? Relationship complexities, career issues, existential drama, and a lot of psychological distress. Now, all of these things basically, they point out to one silent epidemic, that is anxiety. And anxiety can be tackled by a latest branch of philosophy, which is not only theoretical, but it is actually a praxis. It is a practice. It is known as philosophical counseling. It is also called PCTO, philosophical counseling and therapy. Now, how is this different from psychological counseling? Many people would get this inevitable question. Psychological counseling is basically you use psychological tools, psychological methods and techniques. But in philosophical counseling, you are using philosophical ideas to understand and to, the meaning and the values and purpose of life, as well as to explore the fundamental aspects of human existence itself. So we see that philosophical counseling is not only, solving problems of ordinary people, but it is empowering a person to face the realities of life. Now, over here, we consider the quintessential book that is the timeless wisdom of the Gita. The Gita begins basically on the note of anxiety. And Arjun is a quintessential anxiety crisis protagonist. So now we see that how philosophical counseling is basically going to help. 5,000 years ago, as we know, in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Arjun was in a state of dilemma whether to fight his own kin and to uphold dharma or choose not to do so. So the Gita is basically an action-guided counseling for a person who is in a very anxious state, who is in a moral jacketing dilemma. Now, some people might inevitably think that the Gita is a very outdated philosophy. How can we use it, or how can we practice it as a philosophical practice in our modern times? Because what issues we are dealing with in our modern times with anxiety, it is not relevant to a book written thousands of years ago. Well, I would beg to differ, because we would know that the teachings of the Gita are absolutely timeless. And maybe that's why the most influential people of history have always been charmed by its teachings, like Robert J. Oppenheimer, Mahatma Gandhi, Einstein, and many more. So it is not only a Dharma Shastra, but also a manual of behavioral science. And it is the best to tackle a problem that is anxiety. So we need to consider one very important fact, that number one, philosophical practice is not for everyone, and it cannot vouch with utmost certainty that through philosophical practice you can solve all the problems. Secondly, when you're considering philosophical practice through the Bhagavad Gita, you need to consider that whoever would be a counselee, like suppose I'm the philosophical counselor and I have a counselee who is not very comfortable or who cannot resonate with the the teachings of the Gita. So we need to send that person to the other counselor. These are the things. Having said that, I'll give you one example in which a person is in a state of utmost or very, acute anxiety, and how can we use philosophy or philosophical counseling of the Bhagavad Gita to tackle such a situation. Now, do you know that which is the country that uses the highest amount of internet? Can you make any wild guess? The country that uses the highest amount of internet users, basically. The people
highest amount of what?
Internet users. Highest
India.
amount of internet users are in which country?
India.
I'm sorry, sir. It is not India. It is Pakistan. India stands at number 2, ranked 2 in the world of having the highest amount of internet users. Now we see that in our times, where internet is everywhere, the connectivity is amazing. AI is taking over and making new revolutions in the arena of technology. But having a lot of information, at the same time, we have this problem that we are very disconnected. People have a lot of problems regarding decision making, a lot of anxiety driven issues, which are fundamental to the human core. Now, there was one blueprint that I created. Suppose, as a philosophical counselor, a person like a student comes to me and that student says that I have already been to a psychological counselor, and the psychological counselor was, I have an internet addiction. Okay, the student told me that I have an internet addiction. I went to a psychological counselor, but I did not get any help from there. So I've come to you. How can you use the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita to help me manage this anxiety-driven, internet addiction? Because when I don't use the internet, then I cannot function. So this person, his entire life is hampered due to this internet addiction. So he comes to me, and I could perhaps tell him that I could use. There's a very important shlok of chapter 6, verse 17 of the Bhagavad Gita that says, Yukta hara viharasya, yukta chestasya karmasu, yukta swapna bodhasya yogo bhavati dughara. Basically, Sri Krishna is mentioning the importance of having samatva or equanimity. Now, this is something that is easier said than done. Equanimity in every sphere. Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, Yukta ahara viharasya. That means a person should have a balance is in ahar and vihar. That means a balanced way of eating, a balanced way of sleeping, a balanced recreation, and a balanced pattern of sleeping. When we have a balance, we try to strike a balance or equanimity in all the spheres of our life. It's only then that we are able to free ourselves from any anxious situation. That means through the entire, philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, basically it boils down to having equanimity, to have control over yourself to that level that कहते हैं कि विजय या पराजय में, हानि या लाभ में, हर परिस्थिति में आप समता बनाए रखिए, उसी को योग कहा गया है और वही पूरे भगवत गीता का मूल सार है. So that can be one very important example, perhaps, that I could share of the Bhagavad Gita, counseling in philosophy, to provide a solution to a problem that is anxiety driven. I would give one more example and then I'll come to yoga. Suppose there's a person who has a
Sharma, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
to interrupt you.
Yes.
I request you to please summarize this because Dr. Singh will comment and it will open for open discussion for all. So please.
Okay. Now I'll come to part 2, that is holistic anxiety management through yoga. Basically, I teach yoga. So I have read a lot of, I've done adhyan of a lot of yoga shastras. Now, when we consider the problem of anxiety, we know that there's something known as psychosomatic problems. Psychosomatic means the relation between the mind and the body. That means whenever a person feels anxiety that is driven in the mind, you have the same palpitations, the same problems that are shown in the physical appearance of the person. Like, as many speakers said, that they're sweating, there's a lot of trembling of the voice, and so on and so forth. Now, in yoga, basically, suppose this is a very practical thing that I could tell you and summarize it, that कहा जाता है कि जो प्राण है, not only the हवा जो हम लोग वायु जो हम लोग सांस लेते हैं, पर जो प्राण वायु है जो पूरे ब्रह्मांड में व्याप्त है, यदि हम लोग कोई ऐसे परिस्थिति में हो that we are extremely anxious, we are very we are suddenly made to talk in front of 100 people, or we have to face an interview and we get those palpitations that I am extremely anxious and I'm worrying about the outcome. Now, to calm down the person instantly, योग शास्त्र में महर्षि पतंजलि ने एक सूत्र में बताया हुआ है, अध्याय 2 में उन्होंने बताया हुआ है कि यदि आप जो प्राण है, जो प्राण वायु का जब श्वसन प्रणाली और मन का डायरेक्ट रिलेशन है, देयर इज अ डायरेक्ट रिलेशन बिटवीन द माइंड एंड द air that we breathe. So he said that in such a situation where you are very restless or you feel anxiety, then you just do Chandrabhedi pranayam. Chandrabhedi pranayam is over here. You just breathe in through your left nostril, exhale from the right. Then again, breathe in from the left nostril, exhale from the right. That is known as Chandrabhedi pranayam. It helps to lower down the anxiety level of a person and bring about parasympathetic activation. That means calming down of a person. So this is one example that I've given. There are many others, but due to paucity of time, I am unable to explain to you. But thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Namaste.
Alok, you want to take over? Do I need to make some comment? I mean, so clear.
Yeah.
So clear. I just want to correct Dr. Rachel Sharma. Pakistan is 7th in internet use.
Okay.
And so China is number 1. India remains number 2. These days, AI tells you everything. So
Yes, sir.
you were
Sorry,
talking
sir, it
about...
was a slip of the tongue. China was number 1. I accidentally said Pakistan, but India is number 2. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for that.
No, that's okay. It's a part of the AI has become anxiety because everybody knows the truth. No matter what I try to say, they will capture. Now, I want to really be very brief because time is already up, and there is the program. We like to keep the time of everything. But in the earlier discussions, which I didn't ask any question about anxiety, so much really great discussion. Indian philosophy, and I like this idea of philosophical counseling. So you have a philosophical counseling. The philosophical, India is one of the philosophies, neti. And my meaning is a little bit different. Na iti. Iti means the final. There is nothing final. If we agree with that, that's a great really idea. Na iti. And interestingly, the iti is the origin of Eid also. The Eid word, that means that's it. And that means iti. So I think there was some discussion about secular understanding, especially about the philosophy. You can it doesn't have to be, just a human nature. The other thing that I saw that which you all are discussing here in holistic view. One more holistic aspect to add to whatever you have said is education. If people didn't have anxiety, which I think Prashant Shukla was talking about curiosity. So when you are curious, then you are anxious. You're curious to know things. And teachers are very important. I mean, I think Aparna Sharma ji must have this experience, and as is Sangeeta Sharma ji, that when people are curious, then only you can teach them something. And once they get that true guru or teacher or education system, then they will not be anxious, because actually they will be anxious to know more. They will be anxious to ask questions. It is, and this is the last point I'm going to say, is that Indian education system of Upanishad was to sit down with the guru and ask questions. And so you have, your anxiety has to be turned into curiosity. And when you have a guru, if you don't have a guru, then anxiety becomes out of control, because all of you have had experience, including Rachel Sharma. I'm sure students have come and she's talking about Prashant Shukla. So when all we need to do is turn their anxiety into curiosity, and through philosophy, that will be great. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so
Alok,
much.
please take it over.
Now
I know
we can take.
Yeah, we didn't. Did we take? Can we take questions? Because I mean, it was panel discussion, but it was really a presentation of various kind. But if you want to give some time to ask for people to question that and brief answers, that will be great.
Yeah, we can take question for at least 8 to 10 minutes. So if anybody has.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nobody's anxious or curious.
If I may add something in terms of education that we were talking, we see the large number of students from the age of 5 to 6 experiencing learning difficulties, or slow learners. That is the term that is being used. Why I see is the reason that the education system is not emphasizing on learning the native language of that area. So this is one term which I see. There is a cognitive impairment which is happening because there is a very less people do not, if the moment that you talk about your own language, like for example in the regional languages like or Hindi or any other language for that matter, you see 90% of the students not coming into the average scenario. So if you see them, if the anxiety bars are being raised, there, because again, there is a no connect. They're not able to even define their regional language in any which way. So the anxiety or the learning difficulties, it is all interrelated and interconnected. So I see this, the language is also very important. The regional languages are also extremely important to impart in students the cognitive development, not just, as an education skill, able to read and write.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
सर, हम लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं और संगीता मैम को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, आप कार्यक्रम में आती रही। हम लोग अभी डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, ये हम लोगों के कलीग हैं डॉक्टर अभिनंदन एंड डॉक्टर मनीष कौशिक। उसमें एक बात निकल के आई कि ऐसा होता है कि जब हम एंजाइटी की बात करते हैं और उसको आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पाते तो ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है, बनिस्बत इसके कि यदि हम किसी माध्यम से ये आइडेंटिफाई कर सकें कि हम या कोई भी व्यक्ति एंजाइटी में है, तो वह यह समझ सकता है कि यह हमारी प्रॉब्लम है एंड आई माई सेल्फ है टू गेट रिड ऑफ, तो उसे मुझे छुटकारा पाना है, खुद वो प्रयास कर सकता है। तो क्या ये ऐसा कुछ होता है क्या एंजाइटी में कि जब हम उसको आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते हैं तो ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से उससे बाहर आ सकते हैं एंजाइटी को लेकर?
Definitely, this is very wonderful question. Ki actually, again, this is something which I am observing ऑल माई प्रैक्टिस वॉज इन इंडिया एंड सिंस 5 years में यहाँ पे हूँ, एंड आई एम अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट डिफरेंस कि ऑफकोर्स यहाँ पे उस चीज़ को ज़्यादा हाइप भी किया जाता है, वो बात अलग है। बट डेफिनेटली अगर आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो जाए कि यस, दिस इज समथिंग विच आई एम गोइंग थ्रू इज नॉट नॉर्मल, और ये नॉट समथिंग विच आई हैव टू गो थ्रू एवरी डे, दिस इज, ये कुछ अलग हो रहा है मेरे साथ, मेरी बॉडी में एज ए सिम्टम्स व्हाट आई एम एक्सपीरियंसिंग, और उसको मैं एड्रेस करूँ, और इफ आई रीच आउट टू सर्टेन पीपल, एक्चुअली होता है था पहले कि भाई हमारा सिस्टम जॉइंट होता था, तो अगर ऐसी चीजें एक्सपीरियंस भी करते बच्चे तो दे वुड हैव रीच्ड आउट टू समवन इन द फैमिली, नॉट द पेरेंट्स और समवन एल्स, एंड दे वुड हैव डिस्कस्ड इट। बट बीइंग यहाँ पे इन द फॉरेन सेटअप, एक्चुअली सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये है कि देर इज नो फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर और लेस फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर, और इंडिविजुअलिटी को होड़ ज़्यादा है। और जो मेरे पास क्लाइंट्स आते हैं, क्योंकि मैं कैंपस की सेटिंग में हूँ, यंग स्टूडेंट्स जो अभी अंडर ग्रेड करने आए हैं या फिर हाई स्कूल के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, और दोज आर गोइंग थ्रू, द मेन प्रॉब्लम आई ऑब्जर्व इज, द थिंग इज दे आर नॉट एड्रेस्ड। और ये ऑफकोर्स अब हमारे पास भारत में भी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ चुका है, एंड आई हैव एक्सपर्ट्स हियर हु आर डीलिंग विद दीज थिंग्स एवरी डे। डेफिनेटली अगर उसको आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए तो देन मैनेजमेंट बिकम्स वेरी इजी, अदरवाइज इट्स लाइक अ पर्सन थिंक्स दैट दिस इज a natural way, I think this is what I am, but no, that is not a natural thing, it has to be addressed, there are different tools and techniques to be addressed that particular problem, and उसको बहुत आसानी से फिर डील भी किया जा सकता है कि हम लेवल को देखें कि ओके दिस इज समथिंग विच इज नॉर्मल, यू कैन हैव सिंपल टूल्स, ओ और यू नीड रियली अ मेडिकेशन एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, तो वो डिस्कशन किया जाए और वो डायग्नोसिस की जाए, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आई होप आई
थैंक
आंसर्ड।
यू। और इसको थोड़ा सा, अगर आपका वो आदेश हो तो थोड़ा सा मैं और बढ़ाना चाहता हूँ। जैसे डॉक्टर सिंह अभी मेंशन कर रहे थे एंग्जियस, एंजाइटी को लेके, एंग्जियस उत्सुकता, उत्सुकता होती है, और उत्सुकता के बाद हम उसको पूरा करने का प्रयास करते हैं, कंप्लीट करने का प्रयास करते हैं, नहीं हो पाता है। अगर नहीं हो पाता है तो हमें बुरा लगता है, या हो सकता है फॉर ए सर्टेन पीरियड ऑफ टाइम वी फील एंजाइटी। तो ऐसा है क्या कि मतलब हमारी जो इच्छा है, जो उत्सुकता है हमारी, वो पूरा न हो पाने के कारण हम एंजाइटी में फंस जाते हैं क्या? और उसके लिए ये आवश्यक है, जो भगवत गीता की अभी बात हो रही थी, तो हम लोग डिस्कशन करते हैं भगवत गीता पे, तो सर ने बताया है जो संगस्ते उपजायते वाली पूरी व्याख्या है कि कामात क्रोधो अभिजायते, कि काम अगर इच्छा जन्म ले ली और वो पूरा नहीं हो पाता है तो क्रोध, क्रोध से असमित नाश, बुद्धिनाश और फिर विनाश की स्थिति। तो ऐसा भी है क्या कि उत्सुकता अगर हम किसी चीज की कर रहे हैं और वो नहीं पूरा हो पा रहा है ड्यू टू सम सर्टेन रीजंस, तो हम एंजाइटी में चले जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए इस गीता का जो सोल्यूशन है, इसके अलावा कुछ और व्यवहारिक सोल्यूशन हो सकता है कि हम एंजाइटी में न जाए, ये खुद को समझा पाए कि ये एक व्यवस्था है। उत्सुकता जब हमारे भीतर होती है तभी हम नई चीजों को खोज पाते हैं। अगर उसमें सफल हुए तो नए आविष्कार हो गए, नई दिशा मिल गई। ठीक है।
सो इट इज अगेन अ थिन लाइन है ना, कि भाई जैसे मैंने टॉक की स्टार्टिंग में कहा कि आचार्य चरक ने कहा कि इष्ट से अलाभात और अनिष्ट से लाभात, प्रॉब्लम ही ये है कि जो चाहिए वो नहीं मिला, और जो मिला वो मुझे चाहिए नहीं था, इसीलिए मेरे पास दिक्कत हो रही है। सो डेफिनेटली क्यूरियोसिटी नहीं होती और हम एंग्शियस नहीं होते कोई चीज़ जानने के लिए, तो ये एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ही नहीं होता है। जैसे सर हमेशा कहते रहते हैं कि उपनिषद बने ही ऐसे थे कि भाई एक स्टूडेंट जाकर एक गुरु के पास बैठा और कहा कि ये सवाल है, तब तब जवाब निकलने लगे। बट एक स्टेज आता है जहाँ पे वो एक्सपेक्टेशंस बियॉन्ड योर कैपेसिटी निकल जाते हैं कि भाई ओके दिस वाज my boundary, I wanted this, I did not get this, and then the question comes why am I, मुझे ही क्यों नहीं मिला, ये मुझे मिलना ही चाहिए था। और फिर उसकी उसकी जब लिमिट एक्सीड होती है तब प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट होते हैं, है कि नहीं? तो आई अंडरस्टैंड, मुझे ये लगता है कि यहाँ पे काउंसलर का रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और वो काउंसलर मदर भी हो सकती है, फादर भी हो सकते हैं, टीचर भी हो सकती है, फैमिली का कोई मेंबर भी हो सकता है, और इवन द प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर्स जो होते हैं दे मेक इट अ डिफरेंस, उसको एस्टैब्लिश करने में उसको हेल्प करते हैं कि सी दिस इज व्हाट इज द लॉ ऑफ लाइफ, you are tried for something, you did not achieve it, maybe you have to try it another way, or maybe this is not at this point of time, you are not in a position to acquire it. There are other ways to acquire it. So counseling plays a very important role, is what I think. If any other speakers has anything to add to it.
Nikita Sharma, please.
सर आपने प्रश्न बहुत ही प्रासंगिक पूछा था. इट्स वेरी वेरी रेलिवेंट कि पता कैसे चलेगा कि इंसान को एंजाइटी है भी कि नहीं. तो ये आपने बहुत ही लॉजिकल सवाल पूछा है और यूजुअली हम लोग इतना सोचते नहीं है. सर मैं जब ये रिसर्च कर रही थी इस पे, तो मुझे एक तरीका पता चला. एक देयर इज वन टेक्निक दैट बेसिकली व्हेन वी सी अ पर्सन्स बॉडी, then you know that anxiety lives not only like in the mind. Like when a person is anxious and they have palpitations, sweating, it's not only that external exhibition of the external features that you see that a person is anxious. Many a times a person might not say, वो बोलेगा नहीं कि उसको anxiety है या उसको stress है. तो कैसे पता चलेगा? तो सर उसमें मुझे पता चला कि anxiety जो contracted muscles होते हैं, जैसे कि hunchback, okay, tightened jaw, all of these things are also symbolic that a person has anxiety. एक तो तरीका ये है, I mean, disconsidering the fact that there can be postural problems also, but anxiety basically lives in contracted muscles. So these are all the stored tensions, the stored trauma that has to be released. Number one. And number two, when I was researching about this, I got to know there's something known as vital capacity. Vital capacity मतलब कि जब हम गहरी सांस लेते हैं, सबसे गहरी सांस जितना आप ले पाए, और फिर आप सांस छोड़िए जितना आप छोड़ सके, तो जितना आप उस पे काउंट करिए. जैसे मैंने सांस लिया, फिर मैंने सांस छोड़ा, 1 2 3 4 5 6, जितना भी मैंने गिना, तो जितना भी आपकी काउंटिंग जितनी ज्यादा होगी, that means that you have a good vital capacity. Now this not only indicates that your lungs are in a good healthy shape, but it also means that a person who has a low vital capacity, they have stored trauma and stored anxiety within them, pent up within them. तो एक तो ये तरीका है सर, मतलब ये दो तरीके हैं जो मैंने अभी रिसर्च किया.
मैं कुछ ऐड करूंगी इसमें. एंजाइटी के बारे में जो आप पूछ रहे हैं कि आइडेंटिफाई करना, एक होता है कि यू हैव आइडेंटिफाइड इट, वन द अदर वन इज यू रियलाइज इट. यू नो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन यू आइडेंटिफाई एंड यू रियलाइज. यू नो एवरीथिंग फॉल्स इन बिटवीन. यू आइडेंटिफाई एंड यू रियलाइज. और दूसरा एक और होता है, यू आर इन डिनायल. यू are in a comfort zone of that anxiety. I have innumerable patients who are in that comfort zone. You know, they don't want to come out of it because they are very fearful about coming out of that anxiety, because it has become a comfort zone and they operate from that, you know, place, and it is very secure place for them. They are in the denial forever, you know, no matter what kind of realization they come up, because they are in denial. They understand, they say we understand it, we are you know, different from others, we have anxiety, we are having episodes, but yet this is our comfort zone. That is like, you know, on face right in front of you, they tell you that. I know these are the ones who understands everything. They are completely adults, they understand everything, they understand denial, they understand realization, they understand anxiety. You have nothing there to explain it further. You know, it becomes very challenging when a person in denial understands everything and wanted to quit, but then he is coming there also for a comfort zone, is coming for the therapy, also for the comfort zone, to say that okay, that you are in anxiety, now let us talk. So that is also comfort zone for the person. So he's always in that comfort zone. I have patients who are coming to me like 6 months, they are in the comfort zone, and I just tell them, please don't come anymore until unless you know you work out on something and you reach to this position. No, but they don't. You know, there is a repetitive pattern of it. So anxiety is something, it is not definable. You cannot define that this will be in this frame, and this is not like, you know, for suppose the same person, the same kind of you know, experience that two people are having, let us say for that matter of similar age, but then how they process that is again different. You know, the person may be in, you know, identify it, the same person is going to identify it, one realizes, other also realizes, but one for him the comfort zone, the other for the person it's not a comfort zone. He moves forward. He goes forward. He incorporates things in life. He wants to get better. He sees himself in a different perspective. He wants to see himself in different perspective. So these are differences that we deal with the patients where with the anxiety, that we are talking in general. But anxiety has, its umbrella. It's a completely blanket, we cannot talk it as in a blanket thing, as an anxiety, because there are patients who are in such a comfort zone, even in the domestic setup, official setup, in the personal setup, everywhere. This is,
Yep.
precisely
Thank
I
you.
wanted to add.
Yep. So now we are concluding this session and the today's symposium. Sir, you want to say something?
Me, of course.
Yeah. You are chairing this session, so
I'm throning this session, sitting on my throne. That's the chair's meaning. No, I think the wonderful discussion, wonderful ideas that have been presented by three panelists. The circumstances that create, you all talked about family, joint family, nuclear family, and even larger family, but the point is that we have, philosophically speaking, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Unless that concept gets into our head, we are always going to be in circumstances that will create some kind of anxiety because we just don't know. We are in a new place. We are in new, when the marriage happened, new situation. But on one hand, I think that was Aparnaji who talked about joint family actually creates less anxiety, even though the title was that there is the joint family, it seems to be a problem, the perception of the problem. But and then they may be. I come from a joint family. I come from a joint family that has been living for 8 generations, and what a relief I have. I mean, when I was just to give you 30 seconds, I was in JNU, I was being rusticated for whatever good things I was doing. And when people told me, what are you going to do? What are you trying to do? I mean, in 1970s, when I was get admission in JNU, like a big deal, I said, I can go back home. And I did not compromise. I said, I can go back home. I have 25 people living in that house. They will back me up. That backing is very, very important. That's why I said when there is a guru sitting and you have curiosity, that doesn't become anxiety, that becomes learning thing. So I think we all need to create that circumstance. And this is the greatest thing that Indian philosophical counseling can bring. So anyway, this is a continuous session. Hopefully we create this kind of ideas and bring the techniques by which people can start living a life throughout the world. And it's a good thing that Sangeeta ji is in the US, I am in the US, and we are all Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam anyway. So we will get together and make sure that everybody is like our family and we take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all my panelists who put their thoughts in anxiety management through a holistic approach. संगीता जी, अपर्णा शर्मा जी एंड निकिता शर्मा। तो जैसे आपने कहा कि शर्मा तीनों लोग हैं पैनलिस्ट में तो आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। We have here Dr. Abhinandan Mari Tripathi, he scientist in KSAS. So ये वैज्ञानिक हैं, इनको इस प्रकार के जब हम ह्यूमैनिटिक अप्रोच को साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट के साथ समाज की घटनाओं को, परिस्थितियों को जब हम रखने का, सोचने का, उसको देखने का प्रयास करते हैं, तो इनको कैसा लगा, हम लोग इनका फीडबैक लेंगे। साइंटिस्ट को कैसा लगा, प्लीज।
एक्चुअली ये बहुत अच्छा सेशन रहा, मैंने बहुत एंजॉय किया इसको। और लाइफ में मैंने एंजाइटी फेस की, जब मैं थीसिस लिख रहा था उस समय, तो मैंने फेस किया था। मेरी एंजाइटी क्या थी कि मुझे फ्रिक्वेंट यूरिनेशन होता था और मुझे रियलाइज नहीं हुआ, मैंने लगा कि मुझे यूटीआई हुआ है, शो कहते थे किडनी में स्टोन हो सकता है। मैंने सारे टेस्ट करा लिए, अपने सारे टेस्ट, अल्ट्रासाउंड कराया, फिर से ब्लड टेस्ट कराया, उसमें सारी रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल थी। मैं 2-3 डॉक्टर को दिखाया, इसमें जब KGMC में गया हूँ तो एक डॉक्टर मुझे देखा और सारा रिपोर्ट देख के कहा तो तुमको एग्जाइटी है। और जैसे एग्जाइटी बोला तो मैंने रियलाइज किया कि ये तो मेरी प्रॉब्लम है। उसने दवाई भी दिया, मेडिकेशन भी दिया। तो मैं उससे पहले मेडिकेशन ले रहा था, कभी एंटीबायोटिक ले रहा था, कभी कुछ ले रहा था। वो डॉक्टर बोला कि तुम्हें एग्जाइटी है, तुम्हें कोई बीमारी नहीं है। उस दिन से मैंने दवाई छोड़ दी। मुझे रियलाइज हुआ ये तो मेरी ब्रेन की प्रॉब्लम है, ये तो मेरा शरीर ठीक है, हर चीज ठीक है। उसके बाद से मैं ठीक हो गया। उसके बाद से मैंने कभी मेडिकेशन नहीं लिया और प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई। तो जैसे मीम ने कहा कि एग्जाइटी होना, उसका रियलाइजेशन होना, ये बहुत जरूरी है लाइफ में। कई बार एग्जाइटी होती है लेकिन लोग जबरदस्ती करते हैं कि नहीं मैं ठीक हूँ, उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते हैं। एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए। एग्जाइटी किसी को भी हो सकती है और उसको रियलाइज हो गया तो आप ठीक कर सकते हैं भाई, मैंने प्राणायाम करके, योगा करके इससे ठीक हो सकता है। यही मेरे तरफ से। थैंक यू।
Other scientist, Dr. Manish Singh Kaushik, he is also scientist here in KSAS. इनका भी व्यू हम लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि इस प्रकार के सेशंस पर आप
Namaste everyone. It was a very nice discussion happened here and were really insightful and knowledgeable. हमने यहाँ बहुत कुछ सीखा है और हम क्या कर सकते हैं ऐसे सिचुएशन में, या हमारे आसपास के लोग जो एंजाइटी का शिकार हैं और दे आर डीलिंग विद द डिफरेंट इन डिफरेंट सिचुएशन। सो बाय टुडेज सेशन वी लर्न अ लॉट और हमें लगता है कि हम उनको कुछ सजेशंस दे सकते हैं और उनको हेल्प कर सकते हैं कि एंजाइटी से परेशान नहीं होना है। वी हैव टू डील विद, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैव टू बी अवेयर ऑफ इट and do whatever it needed. So it was such it's really a very wonderful session. I thanks a lot everyone for being so insightful. Thank you.
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद आप सभी का ये इस पूरे आपके सिंपोजियम में जुड़ने के लिए। और जैसा कि कई सारी बातें निकली कि सबसे सबसे पहले एंजाइटी को आइडेंटिफाई करना, फिर एंजाइटी को ये मानना, उसको एक्सपीरियंस में लाना कि हाँ हम एंजाइटी में हैं और उससे निकलने का प्रयास करना पड़ेगा हमें। जैसा कि संगीता शर्मा मैम ने कहा कि ये क्या मिला है उससे हम खुश नहीं हैं और जो नहीं मिला है उसको लेकर बहुत ज्यादा हम लोग चिंतित हैं। तो हम इन सब चीजों से बाहर कैसे आएंगे, इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि गीता का जो दृष्टिकोण है उधर हम लोग जा सकते हैं। और जो गीता में भगवान कहते हैं सुख दुखे समय कृत्वा लाभाला हो जाया, जो थोड़ा सा हमें अपने मन को, हमें अपने मस्तिष्क को बैलेंस करके आत्म भाव की तरफ गति करानी पड़ेगी, जो एक कठिन प्रक्रिया है। लेकिन भगवान श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन को वहीं से उठाकर बाहर ले आ, फिर उनको अपने कार्य, अपने कर्तव्य के प्रति उनको तैयार कर रहे हैं। ये पूरी एक मैकेनिज्म बहुत कठिन हो सकती है, कठिन है, लेकिन हमारे पास एक एग्जाम्पल है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के दृष्टिकोण से। और उसी ज्ञान परंपरा के विविध आयामों को हम लोगों ने आज इस IKS में एंजाइटी मैनेजमेंट को कैसे देख सकते हैं, उसका आइडेंटिफिकेशन कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसका निदान कैसे पा सकते हैं, इन सब बातों को लेकर हम लोग पिछले लगभग 4.5 घंटों से हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं। जितने भी विद्वान आज इस सिंपोजियम में आए, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हम लोग ज्ञापित करते हैं। आज विश्व दर्शन दिवस, वर्ल्ड फिलोसफी डे पर आप लोग इकट्ठा हुए और जाहिर सी बात है हम जैसे लोग जिनका ये फील्ड नहीं है लेकिन इन सारी चीजों को एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, वो काफी कुछ सीख कर आगे जा रहे हैं। और अपने आस पड़ोस में जो दर्शन का हितकर लाभ है, जहां से हम लोगों ने बात को शुरू किया था और मैंने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में कहा कि धर्म जो है, धर्म की स्थापना भी ज्ञान प्राप्ति का जो व्यवहारिक दृष्टिकोण है वह धर्म स्थापना है। और धर्म स्थापना यही है कि जो ज्ञान हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है खुद के आचरण में आचरण से समाज में एक व्यवस्था, एक हार्मोनी हम स्टैब्लिश करें। तो इन सब के साथ आज हम जितने भी विद्वान यहाँ पर जुड़े, जो और भी लोग विभिन्न प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़े, जिन्होंने अपने प्रश्न पूछे, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर का धन्यवाद मैं करता हूँ, आपने इस सेशन को चेयर किया। और मॉडरेशन में थी डॉक्टर शिप्रा दीक्षित जी, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ये
थैंक
तीन
यू
साल
आलोक जी, मैं आपको धन्यवाद करती हूँ, सर को धन्यवाद करती हूँ। और शिप्रा जी थैंक यू सो मच। सर ने
Thank
मुझे
you, ma'am.
टाइम के बारे में बताते ही मैं भी एंजाइटी की शिकार हो गई थी और फिर मैंने शिप्रा जी का और आलोक जी का नाम नहीं लिया। सो कुरुओम जी को भी, कुरुओम स्कूल ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस को भी मैं थैंक यू करना चाहती हूँ। Sir, it's pleasure seeing you again.
ये तीन शर्मा के लिए हमारे यहाँ एक गाना है ना, शर्मा के नहीं यूं ही खो देना रंगीन जवानी की घड़ियां। तो आप लोग ये भी एक बढ़िया है कि एंग्जाइटी छोड़ दीजिए, खुश रहिए, बड़े एकदम बिल्कुल रंगीन बनाए रखिए जिंदगी को। थैंक यू
जी। So, thank you so much. And today we explored approaches like Samvad, meditation, and understanding of impermanence, not as an abstract ideas, but as tools for everyday life. And uh, thank you for your active participation, and let's keep the conversation alive beyond this symposium. My sincere regards to the speakers, panelists, Dr. Alok Dwivedi, Dr. Manish, Dr. Abhinandan ji, and Mr. Avinash, Preeti, everyone, and all the participants who have joined on Zoom or on YouTube channel. And we'll meet on the 20th of December with new speaker and new topic. Till then, breathe, reflect, and meditate. Stay connected. Namaskar.
Namaskar.